Hi, I'm Layla. And yep, that's me in the front row of a gala, seconds before I betrayed my best friend and almost ruined his life. But before we get to all that, please make sure to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I've been a lot to handle. Or at least that's what I've been told. By my mom. Layla! By my dad.
Layla!
By, well, any adult really. But really, I'm just always trying to do the right thing. And sometimes that gets me in trouble. That's why my parents sent me to Woodmere Academy to begin with. That and other reasons.
It's only the 5th-ranked preparatory school in the country, but heavens, no one else will take you, no matter how much money we throw their way.
Good grief, Layla. How will you replace your father as CEO of Idrizi Tech if you keep up with these morality plays? Woodmere was supposedly elite, but to me, it was just like every other rich kid cesspool my parents plopped me into, complete with snobby, entitled lookalikes who wore the same navy blazer and walked the halls like the world owed them a standing ovation just for showing up.
You think you belong here? You're just a poor, worthless...
Funny you think he doesn't belong here when your dad basically had to donate a wing to get your sorry butt in here. The scholarship kid ran, but Milo's ego didn't.
You're gonna regret that. My family basically runs this school. I'm untouchable.
Cool. But are you waterproof?
Huh?
I bent down and turned the knob on a nearby sprinkler, which aimed straight at Milo and sprayed water all over him. Some other kids watching us laughed. 15 minutes later, I found myself in a familiar place, the headmaster's office.
Do you think drenching a student with irrigation equipment is leadership material, Miss Idrizi?
I don't think threatening a kid with a lacrosse stick is exactly student of the month behavior either.
That student of the month is my grandson.
Of course he is.
Which is why you're not just suspended. You're expelled.
Wait, no, please. If I get expelled, my parents will actually disown me. You don't understand. I'm supposed to be the next CEO of Idrizi Tech. As the school doors slammed shut behind me, along with, my future, I did the only thing a girl with no options and rapidly shrinking inheritance could do. I walked home. Every step was basically a countdown to whatever fresh nightmare my parents had waiting for me. Mom? Dad?
Pack your bags.
Immediately. Wait, you already know?
You bet we do. You got accepted to Advena Academy!
I am so sorry, Wait, what? It's the #1 school in the country. Looks like they changed their mind. Wow! So you're not mad about the sprinkler?
The what?
Nothing. When do we leave? Apparently, we were leaving that night. No time to overthink it, no time to sabotage it. Just a suitcase and a second chance that, let's face it, I totally deserved. And when we got there, my jaw almost dropped. Advena made every other fancy school I'd ever been kicked out of look like a daycare run by raccoons. I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad and approached the doors with a fresh start in mind and a promise in my heart. But as soon as I walked through the doors...
Layla Idrizi to the headmaster's office immediately.
Oh, what now? I hadn't so much as eye-rolled at anyone, and I was already in trouble? I braced myself as I entered the headmaster's office. But something felt different this time. For one, the headmaster was smiling.
Ah, Miss Idrizi. Welcome to Advena. I'm Headmaster Quinlan.
Hi?
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. We brought you here for a very specific reason. Let's call it an assignment.
What kind of assignment?
One that requires your particular talents. Quick thinking, initiative, a healthy disregard for rules.
Wow. Most schools just call that detention.
Here we call it useful. But if you mess this up, we will expel you. So, no pressure.
He kept going on about some top-secret mission, about how the only reason I was at Advena was to follow someone with as little contact as possible and await instructions for my next steps. Then, he slid a manila envelope across the desk like we were in some low-budget spy movie. I expected a photo of a criminal mastermind, maybe a hacker, a ninja, at the very least someone with a scar or an eye patch. But nope, it was Louis Block, a kid so aggressively average he practically faded into the folder. Brown hair, brown eyes, scrawny. You could lose him in a crowd of two. And yet, that was my mission. Follow Louis. So I did. And at first, everything about him was even more ordinary than I'd expected. He was the quietest kid in class. He didn't eat with anyone. Even his locker code was 1, 2, 3, 4. But because he was allergic to attention, he actually turned out to be weirdly hard to follow. After all, we couldn't both sit in the back row and pretend to be invisible, and there's only so much space between the vending machine and the science wing. But in all that solo stealth mode, there was exactly one group activity where he appeared to be somewhat comfortable. The chess club. A place so mind-numbingly dull that it made math class feel like a rock concert. And, thanks to this seemingly pointless mission, I guess that's how I'm going to be spending my afternoon.
Pawn to b4.
Before what, though? I watched as Louis moved a pawn, then another pawn, then the horse one, whatever it's called. Riveting stuff. But then, his opponent leaned back, grinning like he just solved world hunger.
Checkmate again. Wow, Louis, do you just come here to be reminded about what a loser you are?
Man, even in chess club he was an easy target. My brain was screaming, stay out of it, observe, don't blow your cover. But my instincts, they'd already stood up. Do you just come here to forget that your mom cut your hair with a weed whacker? And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Louis do something I hadn't seen him do all week. He smiled. After the 3-hour chess club that felt like 3 years, I felt a tap on my shoulder. And when I turned around, it was him.
Hey, thanks.
You can talk? Yeah, no sweat. And just like that, we started chatting. Nothing dramatic, nothing spy-worthy. But for the first time since I got here, it didn't feel like an assignment. It felt normal. Actually, it turns out we had a lot in common.
My parents put so much pressure on me. I figure it's better for my future to keep a low profile. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, trust me, I do. Maybe he was just a regular guy after all. But as we talked more often, I started noticing something unique about Louis. He had a knack for expressing himself in a way that was poetic. So you always eat alone?
Mostly, but sometimes the birds show up. They all swoop down for the crumbs, pecking at them like it's their last meal on Earth. Yet, somehow, they always leave enough for each other. And I think that's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of is. Even his voice had this magnetic pull, like there was something musical about him. And over the next few days, my whole just observe and report strategy kind of crumbled. I told myself I was keeping things professional, that staying close to Louis was just part of the mission. But the truth? We were becoming friends, real ones. He was also weirdly funny, in that dry blink and you miss it way. And he could quote MSA videos like they were Shakespeare, which, let's be honest, is a wildly underrated skill.
Why don't they teach those videos in school?
I know, right? Then one afternoon, I saw him slip into a place I didn't even know students were allowed into. The old theater backstage loft. I waited for a moment, then crept in after him. And that's when I saw it. Louis, alone, tucked into the shadows with a battered violin under his chin, playing. But not just playing, humming too. A soft, steady note that floated above the strings like it was made of air and magic. It was beautiful, like make your heart hurt kind of beautiful. And then, before I even knew what was happening, I was crying at music. Me! Who knew I could even do that? Unfortunately, he heard my sniffles and looked directly at me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? No, don't apologize.
No, I'm so sorry.
And before I could say anything else, he bolted, like he'd accidentally set the building on fire with a G major chord, and I ran after him. I didn't know you could do that.
No one does. I mean, they used to. But after what happened with my brother, I stopped, mostly.
What do you mean? What happened?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like, when I play, It messes with people, their emotions, their insides. I don't try to do it, it just happens. He was going through something really hard, and I thought I was helping. I thought if I could just play the right notes, he'd feel better. But he didn't feel better, it just got worse. And then My parents sent me here after that. Said I needed a break from too much feeling, whatever that means.
Suddenly, everything made sense. The quiet, the staring out of windows, the assignment in general. I wasn't just following a weird boy with a sad vibe and a violin. This was something else. Something powerful and broken. Later that week, I got called into the headmaster's office again.
Miss Idrisi, how are things progressing?
With what? Oh, Louis? Yep. He's just a totally normal guy. Nothing to see here. Definitely not emotionally gifted to the point of concern, if that's what you're wondering.
I understand the two of you have become quite close.
What? No,
I'm the headmaster, Layla. I know exactly what happens around here. You do know about the incident involving his brother, right?
I tensed up. This was going deeper than I ever could have thought.
He blames himself. He hasn't spoken about it to anyone. His parents tried everything to help him out, got him the best therapists in the world. Nothing worked. But we believe his silence is part of the problem. When he plays, he connects. He releases what he's been holding in. Now, suppressing a gift like his is not healthy, especially when it's tied to guilt. Now, that's where you come in. You need to help him heal, Layla. There's a gala next month. Nothing flashy, just a showcase of student work, a safe space. If Louis were to play again, even just one song, it might be the first step back to himself.
Convincing the quietest kid in the universe to sing at a fancy fundraiser? No pressure or anything. I found Louis in his usual spot, tucked behind the music building, sitting on a chipped concrete ledge that overlooked the soccer field.
Want one? The cafeteria throws them out a day before they expire. Still perfectly fine, just no longer worth the shelf space.
Wait, what? That's like a criminal amount of food waste. Someone needs to stage a protest.
You know what you should join? The Social Activism Club. They'd love you.
Yeah, well, not sure I have time for that given my assignment.
Assignment?
Assignments. Like school assignments, homework, tests. Never mind. Anyway, you know what you should join? The roster of performers at the annual gala.
Oh, no,
Come on. I heard you play yesterday. It was...
I said no, Layla. Sorry, it's just not my thing. I should go.
But for a while, I kept trying. Subtly. Isn't it weird how the word gala rhymes with voila, like a big performance reveal?
Sure.
But it was hopeless. I could feel my future as CEO of Idrisi Tech slipping through my fingers. I had already burned through every other school worth mentioning, and the headmaster had made it clear, screw this up, and I was done for good. And if that happened, my parents would never forgive me, so I felt like I had no choice but to do the ultimate betrayal. I signed him up for the gala anyway. And then I told the headmaster that Louis had agreed to play. Next thing I knew, Louis wasn't just on the schedule. He was the centerpiece. They printed his name on the flyers and announced it in assembly. Was it manipulative? Yes. Did I feel bad? Also yes. But it was for his own good, right? I mean, he had to break out of his shell eventually, right? Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way.
How could you do this to me?
Do what?
Oh, please. You think just because I don't talk much means I'm stupid? I know it was you who signed me up for the gala. Thanks for reminding me why I don't trust anyone.
I'd done the opposite of what I was trying to do. He wasn't coming out of his shell. He was burrowing deeper in. Thanks to me. So I went to the headmaster's office, rehearsing my confession in my head. How I'd pushed Louis too far, and how I'd betrayed his trust. That maybe I wasn't the right person to help him overcome his dark past. But when I reached the door, it was already cracked open. And what I heard made me freeze.
Everything is right on schedule. The boy plays his little melancholy solo. The audience tears up, and boom, 50s, no hundreds, no thousands of dollars fall into our laps. Easy peasy. And yes, you'll get your 50% as agreed.
I couldn't believe my ears. He didn't want to help Louis. He was using him for profit, and I was just a pawn in his scheme. But I'm not a pawn, or one of those horse thingies. I was going to show him who he was really messing with. A queen. Chess club stuff. I sprinted to find Louis, who was sitting alone, as expected. Louis!
What do you want?
Well, first off, to apologize. I never should have signed you up for the gala. But honestly, I swear to you, I only wanted to help.
I didn't ask for help. Why does everyone keep trying to fix me? What if I'm not broken? What if I just want to be left alone?
You have every right to feel that way.
Then why are you here?
Because something's not right. I overheard Headmaster Quinlan on the phone. He's not trying to help you. He's using you. The gala is just a cash grab, and your solo's the tearjerker. That's the plan. You suffer, and they get paid. I expected him to explode the way I was about to, but to my surprise, he didn't get angry. I guess he was too broken to even react.
Of course, that tracks.
I thought I was pushing you towards something good, but I got so caught up in juggling my own problems and trying to do the right thing that I guess I never asked what you wanted.
Yeah, no one ever does.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
You know, when I first met you, something clicked in me, and I played something different.
What do you mean? Can I hear it? He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me hit me harder than any note ever could. No audience, no gala, just me. I promise. To my surprise, he picked up his violin. I braced myself for another emotional gut punch, but what came out wasn't heavy or sad. It was light. And suddenly, so was I. I was grinning like an idiot, flooded with the kind of hope I hadn't felt since before I got kicked out of my first fancy school, back when I still believed the world could change. And then, through my joy, I blurted, "Louis."
Oh, you hated it, huh?
Hated it? I've never felt so amazing in my life. Look, I know I can't get you out of performing anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fall into their trap. If you played like that, you'll be making people feel good, including yourself. He gave me the smallest smile and left without a word, but I could tell something was shifting in him. On the night of the gala, I had no clue what to expect. Either the one person in my life I truly cared about gets exploited and traumatized even further, or he goes off script and reclaims his story, which meant I was probably getting expelled again. And then, just when I thought my bundle of nerves couldn't get more twisted, I spotted them in the audience. My parents. Guys, what are you doing here?
Layla, look at you. Still enrolled. How nice.
Come sit. We saved you a seat. We hear you're close with tonight's little prodigy.
If getting expelled was my worst-case scenario, then watching my parents' live reaction to it was the apocalypse. But as Louis made his way onto the stage, he looked unchanged in a way that made me sad. It was like the spotlight was too hot and had shriveled him back into the broken boy they all expected. And sure enough, a sad melody followed suit. As I looked around, I could see the audience tearing up, dabbing eyes, sniffles everywhere. And right on cue, Headmaster Quinlan started slinking between rows, smiling and collecting checks like it was church. As I watched Louis crumble, I expected, as always, for my body to move before my mind had a chance to think. But for once, I paused. It was my decision now. I could sit there and be the good girl everyone wanted me to be, or I could stand up and be me. You're amazing, Louis! I believe in you! Louis froze mid-note. As the wealthiest people in the country stared me down, I still stood firm. And then, like he just remembered who he was, Louis's lips twitched into a smile. And suddenly, the music changed. It became lighter, happier, and the audience they forgot all about me. In fact, they actually started dancing. Headmaster Quinlan's donations became an afterthought. And just as I was ready to start joining the dancing...
Layla, what have you done?
Huh? What do you mean?
The donations are stopping. Do you know what that means for the company? This was supposed to be a proof of concept for investors for our latest tech. Emotional music activation. You've ruined it. Make it stop.
And it dawned on me. The person on the other side of the phone call with the headmaster was my father. How do you think you got into the school in the first place? You had one task. Now we'll never be able to convince the board to make you CEO. No, wait, But I couldn't finish the sentence. I looked up at Louis and saw something I almost never saw in myself. True joy. And then I remembered what he'd said to me. No one ever asks what I want. Did I even want to be the CEO of some big tech company? I realized the answer was no. If Louis could find his voice, then maybe I could too. You know what? Fine. Find another CEO.
Layla, you don't mean that.
Stop telling me what I mean. I don't want to be the CEO of Idrizi Tech. I want to work on something that helps people, not manipulate them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. I walked toward the front of the stage, feeling more alive than I ever had. For a second, Louis looked up mid-note, and our eyes locked. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. Unlike so much in our lives, we'd earned this moment. The next morning, I was called into the headmaster's office, and I was rehearsing my speech to talk my way out of expulsion. But I walked in to find Headmaster Quinlan looking weirdly ashamed.
You're not being expelled.
I blinked.
But your parents said if you wanted to transfer to any school of your choice, they'd support it.
I didn't know what shocked me anymore, that I was still enrolled, or that they actually cared about what I wanted. Maybe, for once, they were trying. Thanks, but I think I'll stay here. I hear there's a social activism club that may need some help. I walked out of the office towards Louis, who was waiting for me down the hallway.
Still enrolled?
Shocking, I know.
You were kind of amazing last night.
Kind of? Wow. Stop. I'm blushing. He suddenly stopped walking and looked at me, more sure of himself than ever before.
I'm really glad you followed me.
Yeah, me too. Turns out, I didn't need a mission to save someone. I just needed to stop chasing who I was supposed to be and finally start choosing who I wanted to be. And maybe, for the first time in forever, that was enough. Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic. Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die? I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault. No, honey. We were having problems for a while. And don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seems like nothing was working. Until one day, she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream,
Mom, I will do anything in my power to help you.
You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud. At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie. This is so stupid. Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too. Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies? Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic. Or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream, while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different, and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult. Less than 20 women landed it in competition ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover.
I won't be able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore.
I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away.
But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse.
I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Louis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes, and for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Louis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Louis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face. But when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Louis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Louis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I could pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry. Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Lewis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Lewis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries. But just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Lewis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude. You got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that. Or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up. But I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Lewis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow. Crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Lewis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Lewis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late.
What? Oh my God, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone's broken.
We don't have time for that. Hurry up or you'll miss the competition.
I quickly got dressed and left with Lewis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Lewis got out of the car and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who? What?
That.
I looked where Lewis was pointing and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off and others were waiting for customers on the ground. Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Lewis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Lewis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully. The crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Lewis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Lewis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend. Actually, Dad.
Lewis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you. You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Louis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life. Hey guys, Casey here again. Today, I'll give you a glimpse into my past and show you why my feelings toward my birth mom and stepmom are the way they are. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My parents got divorced when I was just 5, and I've always lived with my stepmom Polly and my dad in a huge mansion. Since Polly was a successful fashion designer, she had an elegant taste. And my mom, well, let's just say she has a flair for the dramatic. Once when I was 6, I was at the school talent show and Polly was putting some final touches onto my costume.
You look fantastic. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
Oh, thanks. I hope so. I love our teamwork. Just then, Mom burst in wearing a ridiculous peacock dress with a colorful tail that kept getting in her way and knocking over objects.
Oh, hi there. Your outfit is, noticeable. Oh, yes, I know. I'm going to sing opera, but I'm afraid people might faint because they might not be able to handle how amazing my voice is. The judges won't be able to resist my stunning outfit.
It's not a competition, Mom. But Mom just walked off onto the stage and started singing. She was an opera singer before her marriage, and she did have an incredible voice. But 5 seconds into her performance, she did a ridiculous dance move, tripped over her costume, and ripped it apart, revealing her polka-dotted underwear. Polly rushed over to help Mom.
Oh dear, that's really unfortunate, but it could happen to anyone. Here, let me help you fix that. Oh, you think this can be fixed? If this happened to you, you'd be crying like a baby. Get your hands off me, you stupid woman.
Everyone in the crowd was laughing at Mom, and I felt humiliated, and the incident really affected me, because just 2 days later, I ended up picking a fight with some kids and landed in the principal's office.
Casey, I'm really disappointed about the fight today, which is why I've called your mom and stepmom to discuss this. That's it? So kids fight all the time. Why are we wasting our time here? He's the principal. Let him talk. We take any form of aggression very seriously in this school. Can you tell us what happened, Casey?
I got angry at a few kids for making fun of my mom, so I hid their lunches.
Atta girl. Serves them right for mocking me in my gorgeous outfit. In fact, let me teach them a lesson.
With that, Mom left the office and went running to the cafeteria and started screaming.
You think my costume is funny? Have you seen the way you guys dress up? I should be laughing at you, because your sense of fashion is a joke.
The kids stared in shock, and some of them even started crying.
You'd be so lucky if you got to wear outfits as magnificent as mine. If I hear you've mocked me again, I'll make sure you're only allowed to wear polka dot socks for the rest of the year. Well, that's one way to handle it.
The principal called security, who took Mom out, while Polly apologized on her behalf. Honestly, I was getting tired of Mom's behavior. She was crazy and embarrassing. I even started making excuses to visit her less often. I loved hanging out with Polly because she was so much more intelligent and sophisticated. Once in 7th grade, I was supposed to visit Mom, but I lied that I was busy working on a school project. Polly and Dad had to go somewhere and they couldn't find a babysitter. I knew Polly would never invite Mom to stay with me, so I had the place to myself, and I loved it. But an hour after they left, I got hungry and decided to cook something. I had no idea what I was doing and ended up spilling boiling water all over myself. I cried till I passed out.
What kind of circus are you running here? You were supposed to be watching her. Unbelievable.
We didn't know she'd be cooking while we were out. It was an accident. Let's focus on Casey's well-being now.
You two couldn't take care of a cactus, let alone a child. I'm going to tell everyone about this. Casey is doing fine. The burn is major, though. Her arms and legs are really hurt, and she'll need some weeks to recover. Great. Can we see her now? Of course. Not you. You've done enough, you dumb witch. Mom burst into my room, threw herself on my bed, and started crying like a hyena. That entire week as I recovered, Mom constantly fought with Polly until Dad decided it was better for Polly not to visit me at all. But that wasn't half as scary as the day I found out that Mom had filed a custody case over the burning episode, and worse, she'd won it. Suddenly, I had to live with Mom instead of Dad and Polly, and it was really tough on all of us. Especially me, because now I had to deal with her constant craziness. So when they invited me over to dinner one day, I was over the moon. It was their anniversary, and I wanted to look my best, but my scars were still fresh. So even though it was pretty hot, I chose a long-sleeved outfit. Just as I was ready to leave, Mom walked into my room. You're wearing that in this heat? You must be boiling. I feel fine in it, don't worry. Fine, suit yourself. But don't blame me if you're uncomfortable all night. Feeling fairly confident, I arrived at Dad's place and Polly immediately pulled me into a hug, and she didn't comment on my outfit even once. I won't lie, it was uncomfortable to wear full sleeves, and even kids at school gave me crazy looks for dressing up like that, but some of them were nice. I even made some new friends, but there was no one I was really close to. I think God heard me whining because one day after school, I walked into Mom's apartment to find a boy on the couch playing with some toys. Mom, who's this? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. This is your half-brother Ethan. His dad had custody, but he's been really sick lately. He's asked me to take care of Ethan for a while. My what? You're my sister? I'm so happy to see you. He hugged me, but I just stood there dumbfounded. I had a half-brother, and Mom kept it from me all this time? Mom, how could you not tell me about this before? Does Dad know? Mom, I'm talking to you. Get off your freaking phone. Oh my God. Do I have to tell you everything? You know now. Anyway, I'm tired. You two get to know each other. After the initial shock subsided, I realized it wasn't Ethan's fault that Mom had kept him a secret from me. Having him around actually brought some unexpected joy into our home. One day, Ethan and I were in the living room playing a game where we had to act out random scenarios. All right, let's see your best chicken moves. He got up and started doing the most awkward, hilarious chicken dance I had ever seen. I couldn't stop laughing. We were having a great time, and then Mom walked in. What is all that noise? Just a little chicken action, Mom. Want to join? Mom was hesitant for a moment, then decided to give it a try. She started flapping her arms and attempted a few clumsy dance moves, but suddenly she lost her balance and fell, hitting her head on the coffee table. Mom, are you okay? We rushed to help her up, and after a visit to the doctor, it turned out she had a mild concussion and needed to rest for a week. Ethan and I spent the week bonding over board games, movies, and even more silly dance sessions. Living with Dad was kinda tough. He's always busy, and I've had to move schools a lot. That sounds hard, Ethan. Yeah, but I've always admired you. I wished I could be part of your life. Dad once told me about you, actually, and I made a secret account on Instagram and started following you. Aw, I wish I'd known about you earlier, but I'm so glad you're here now. From then, our bond grew stronger, and it really felt like we were becoming a family. That is, till one day, Mom decided we needed family bonding time, so she planned a trip to the beach. Despite the heat, I was wearing long pants and a light jacket. I could feel stares from other people at the beach, but I didn't care. My scars were my business, and no one else's. But when Dad and Polly showed up, Mom lost it. Who invited you? What are you doing here? I did. They're part of my life too, and I want them here. This is unbelievable. You always find a way to ruin everything. No, Mom. You're the one who's always causing drama. For once, can't we all just enjoy a day at the beach? Despite my best efforts, Mom refused and continued to throw a tantrum. Eventually, Dad, Polly, and Ethan and I decided to leave her on the beach and enjoy the day on our own. A few hours later, when Ethan and I got home, we found the apartment turned into a weird tribute to Mom's opera career. Everything was covered with her performance posters, reviews, costumes, and props, and Mom was sitting there in another ridiculous outfit. Why was she always so attention-seeking? Ah, you're back. I hope you had a great day at the beach with your little family. What's all this, Mom? It's a reminder of who I am, who the real star of this family is. You think you can just live your life without recognizing my greatness?
Think again. Just then, I caught Ethan's eye, and we both burst out laughing at the absurdity of the scene. But Mom wasn't the least bit amused. She started singing and wouldn't stop for hours. And finally, Ethan called Dad to come and take us, and we both left with him. We stayed at Dad's for a few weeks, and Mom tried contacting me several times, but I never responded. I was done with her craziness. As months went by, life seemed to get back to normal with Polly and Dad, and I was happy. Then one day, I received a mysterious Instagram message from an account with no profile picture asking me to meet them. The person was claiming to be some long-lost sibling of mine. I thought it was a prank, but the person kept sending messages and begging for a chance to talk. So, after talking it over with Polly and Dad, I decided to give it a shot. What did I have to lose, right? I arranged to meet the anonymous person at the cafe, and even Polly and Ethan came along. We were nervous, but curious. When I finally saw who it was, my mind went blank. It was a girl, and she looked so much like me and Ethan. Hi, I'm Alex. I know this sounds crazy, but I think we're siblings. You too? How are we just hearing about you? Our mom didn't want me to have any contact with you. I've been living with my dad and stepmom, and I only recently did some digging and found out about you guys. I've been looking for you two for a while now. My dad told me too that it's Mom who didn't want me to know about you, Casey. You know what, guys? We're gonna talk to her right now. Come with me. With that, we took off for Mom's place to confront her. When we got there, she was shocked to see all her kids in one place, and then she started crying like a banshee. I tried to make her calm and sat her down. Mom, just tell us why.
You already know why, Casey. I clearly have some issues and can't take care of 3 children. I'm getting therapy, I swear, and it's not even the first time. I just didn't want my kids growing up with some weird, embarrassing psycho mom, and I knew they had nice families. Ethan lived with his dad, and Alex too. I wasn't around, but I always knew how my kids were doing.
But you clearly chose to raise Casey and be a part of her life. She had a better life knowing who her real mom is.
Oh, honey, what better life? She's the miserable one dealing with a crazy mom like me. She's my oldest, and it was hard to be away from her. But with you two, I had more courage and more people to support my decision. What I did is unforgivable, and I hope you understand me.
We were all speechless, and Ethan was crying. Alex looked like she would burst into tears any moment too, but Mom looked worse. You should have just told us, Mom. It would have been nice to know my siblings.
I'm so sorry, but I'll try to make it up to you all. Speaking of which, I found a really good skin doctor, Casey, and he said he can fix your arms and legs so you can finally wear some decent clothes. Polly can help you. We all burst into laughter while still in tears.
That was Mom for us. We decided to put everything behind us and give Mom a chance. It was a hard decision, but with our parents' love and support, we had hope for a better future. True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back.
At last we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now.
That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels. Are you all right? Please help. Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel. Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like 2 peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll...
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade. Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose.
Oops.
I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right? Come on, Summer. But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough. I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way. Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're going to eat that.
And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself.
How can she eat that? You touched it.
Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic.
Yeah, gross.
Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking? Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around. So she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all. A hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student. And Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin. Hey, jerk, watch where you're going. Oh, it's you, of course. Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late. And Robin, don't worry. You look the same, trashy as usual. Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her. Hey, what happened to you? Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess. Well, you still look amazing. Even, never mind. Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue. Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet. Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please.
She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and, I'll see you guys later. Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded, and she glared at Robin. You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin. Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand.
Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you. Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no. Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. Calix, I need to go.
Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you.
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya. Well, what do we have here? A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Want to go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it? Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy. Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts. What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calix? I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Ugh. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calix visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had.
Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost. You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me? No, I didn't. It was a... And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad. No, I won't open the door. Never. Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and, seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her. Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, I did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy. What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth. Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back, and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom. Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned. You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have. But, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calyx had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calyx. Even Calyx's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms. Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind, but your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here. Hi, I'm Sasha from Los Angeles, and my mom is my best friend in the world. But we weren't always so close. In fact, we'd have the most epic fights every day. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom grew up in Louisiana near the bayou, and she was always a little weird. Her best friends were animals, and she had a thick southern accent, and she'd say the strangest things. It's hotter than a goat's butt in a pepper patch. But everyone was nice to her because she came from the wealthiest family in town. She met my dad in high school. They fell in love, got married, and had me. But when I turned 5, Dad begged Mom to move to California. A couple of weeks after we moved into our new house, I started to notice Mom acting strange. Late at night, she'd march up and down the sidewalk, glare up at the windows, and sneak into Dad's study. One day, I asked Mom all about it. Oh, honey, that didn't happen. It was just your imagination. Nuh-uh, you did it every night this week. Then Mom gave me the strangest look. And that night, I heard Mom and Dad arguing, and a couple of days later, Dad moved out. After Dad left, Mom tried to make me happy, but she only made things worse. On my 10th birthday, she threw me a huge party in our backyard with dozens of kids from school and their parents. But when my mom opened her mouth, it was a disaster. Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit. Excuse me, what? I'm as happy as a tick on a dog. All the kids laughed at my mom. Even their parents thought she was a joke. I got so mad, I sprayed them all with the water hose. They ran away screaming. But to my surprise, instead of thanking me, Mom grounded me for a week. As the years passed, I started to notice that Mom was way too nice. When I was in middle school, Mom inherited millions of dollars. She donated a ton of it to several hospitals, and Mom's name was in all the newspapers. Next day, strangers started coming to our house to ask her for money for their fake charities and stupid businesses. We have to save the toothpicks. Teeth are suffering all around the world. Imagine a plate that could talk to you, then walk into the kitchen and clean itself. Dinner would never be the same. Mom just couldn't tell them no, but the moment they left, they'd call Mom an idiot and spend the money on expensive clothes and fancy cars. Of course, I didn't let them get away with it. I snuck into Mom's office and found all their addresses. Then, I'd toilet paper their house, leave poop on their doorstep, slash their tires, and leave notes demanding that they give Mom her money back or else.
It was exhausting protecting Mom all the time, and I swear she never learned. We'd argue for hours about her ridiculous habits, but she refused to change. Dad was worried about Mom too, so he started to come around more. It felt really good having him back in my life. He was the best dad in the world. He took me to the movies, shopping sprees at the mall, and he even let me plan a special vacation to Las Vegas for the two of us when Mom was out of town. I was so excited. I used Mom's credit card to book a fancy room at a luxury casino with the finest restaurants on the planet.
Nothing but the best for my daughter.
We'd just stepped into the airport when Mom showed up and ruined everything. She canceled the trip and dragged me back home. A week later, I called Dad to apologize for Mom's behavior.
Your mom's crazy. I can't stand her anymore.
Can we hang out this weekend?
Sorry, I'm busy. Maybe another time.
I kept calling, trying to make plans with Dad, but he always made up some excuse, and when he didn't call me for my 15th birthday, I was devastated. Mom caught me crying in my room. The next day, she told me someone special was here to see me. I raced down the stairs. I just knew it was Dad, but instead, it was a huge pig named Sam, and she said he'd be my new best friend. Sam followed me around the house. He ate my homework and pooped everywhere, but after a while, I learned to love him. We took long walks in the neighborhood every day. As you can imagine, everyone in town thought I was a crazy psycho, except for my neighbor Josh.
Wow, cool. Is that a pig?
No, Sherlock, he's a unicorn.
Can I pet him?
No. For weeks, every time Josh saw me walking Sam, he'd run up and try to talk to me. One time, he even bought me an ice cream cone.
It's hot. I was thinking that you'd want one. I wasn't sure if you wanted a cone or a cup. Oh no, it's melting. Oh, now your fingers are all sticky.
I'm fine. It's no big deal.
I'm so sorry. That wasn't smart. I can do better, I promise. Hold on, I'll run and get you a cup.
Another time, Josh bought me a hat, a popsicle, a sandwich, a whole pizza, and a t-shirt with our faces on it. Even though he was annoying and talked about the most random things, I started to enjoy his company and developed the tiniest crush. I even let him pet Sam.
Can I really?
Sure, but be careful. He's kinda shy. Josh rubbed Sam's head. Sam got mad and chased him into the bushes. Josh scraped his knee and started crying like a baby. Mom saw the whole thing and invited Josh inside. And as usual, she embarrassed me.
Now aren't you as cute as a button? No wonder Sasha's been happy as a clam at high tide.
Josh was totally confused. Mom,
I'm just being honest, honey. You two go together like peas and carrots. Stop acting like a bump on a log. Ain't no secret that you got the hots for that boy.
I was mortified. I wanted to fold myself into an envelope and mail myself to Siberia. Luckily, Mom finally left the room. Then Josh started smiling like a demented clown. Why are you looking at me like that?
I've got a crush on you too.
Soon, Josh and I started dating, but when his parents found out, they weren't very happy. It didn't help that my mom caught Josh's mom making fun of her at the grocery store.
That woman has no class. Her clothes are a disaster, and that daughter of hers is a menace.
Mom marched up to Josh's mom and started screaming like a maniac.
Hold your horses, honey. If you keep talking about my daughter like that, I'm gonna slap you silly.
Oh, what's that you say? I can't understand you. Maybe you should learn some proper English. Josh's mom shoved past Mom and started laughing with her friends. Mom grabbed a pie and smashed it in Josh's mom's face. Josh's mom grabbed a cantaloupe and threw it at Mom's head. Then the two of them started fighting like wrestlers in a cage match. Josh tried to break it up, but accidentally got hit in the eye by someone's elbow. Then a couple of security guards showed up and dragged them out the door. The police showed up and gave them both a warning. That night, Josh sent me the worst text ever. It said, "Hi, I can't be your boyfriend anymore. Sorry." I called Josh a dozen times, but he didn't answer. I went to his house, and his mother sent me away. I was heartbroken. Mom tried to comfort me, but it didn't help. The truth was that my mom was ruining my life, and I started to really resent her. I wanted her to change, but I knew she never would. But things started looking up in the fall. I was accepted to a fancy private school across town, and since no one knew me, it was the perfect time to reinvent myself. I changed my hair, bought new clothes, and practiced being cool in the mirror. When school started, the most amazing thing happened. The popular girls loved me. I landed a spot on the cheerleading team, and the cutest boy in school asked me out. To my surprise, I saw Josh in the hallway. He was a new student like me. He tried to say hello, but I totally ignored him. I was way out of his league. Life was perfect until Mom messed up everything. I was hanging out with Lacey and the rest of the cheerleaders when Mom showed up at school to pick me up. Look at that lady. Is that a lizard on her shoulder? Oh, no way. Is she walking a pig? They started laughing at Mom, and I wanted to fit in, so I started laughing too. I know, right? She's so disgusting. I felt bad about it at first, but I couldn't go back to being a freak. I tried to steer my friends away, but Mom saw me and rushed over. Aren't y'all precious? Fine as a frog's hair split 4 ways. It's so nice to finally meet your friend, Sasha. Then the worst thing happened. Sam squealed and then pooped on Lacey's shoes. The entire ride home, I was raging mad. I didn't talk to Mom for the rest of the night. The next morning at school was the worst. Lacey and the other kids couldn't stop talking about Mom. Who was that crazy woman, and how did she know your name? I lied and told her that Mom was my maid, and she was too poor and crazy to live by herself, so she lived at my house. And my real parents owned a successful multinational business, and they traveled to a new country every week on their private jet. Too bad for you. That really stinks. I'd have fired her a long time ago. Yeah, I know. It's hard, but I've learned to live with it. Josh overheard me talking to Lacey and ambushed me at my locker 10 minutes later.
What's wrong with you, Sasha? Why would you say those mean things about your mom?
Why do you care? You broke up with me because of her.
It wasn't like that. It's complicated.
Just like your stupid face.
My parents gave me an ultimatum. They said that if I kept dating you, then they wouldn't pay my school tuition, or give me an allowance, or buy me a car. Breaking up with you was the worst decision I ever made. I regret it every day, but I didn't think I had a choice. But now I know I was wrong. I think we can make this work, but even if we can't get back together, maybe we could at least be friends?
I've got plenty of friends.
I'm really worried about you. You shouldn't have to pretend to be someone you're not just to fit in with those jerks.
At least those jerks didn't drop me when things got inconvenient. I stormed off. I couldn't believe that Josh had the nerve to judge me. As the days passed, I ignored Mom and spent all my free time with my new friends. Then I got a phone call from my dad. He asked me to meet him after school.
Promise me you won't tell your mom. You must realize by now that she's crazy. I've been trying to contact you for years, but she refused to let me see you.
I met Dad at a cafe, and we talked for hours. He told me about his fabulous new life as an artist and how he traveled the world and made tons of money, but I never remembered seeing any of his paintings. He even invited me to travel with him for the summer. Then this strange man came in, and Dad got really nervous.
I love you, honey. I have to go, but I promise I'll make things up to you.
Dad gave me a big hug, and he left with the man. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 5 again, watching Dad leave. A typhoon of tears rolled down my cheeks. I was so angry that I'd missed out on having a dad for so many years because of Mom. By the time I got home, it was really late, and Mom was upset with me.
Honey, we need to talk. You don't walk Sam anymore. You hardly spend any time with me. And every time I try to talk to you, you're madder than a wet hen and tougher than a $2 steak.
What does that even mean?
You've been difficult, and you used to be sweet as cherry pie. What's going on?
It's you! You're weird and strange, and everyone thinks you're a freak. You're embarrassing, and you've been ruining my life since I was 5. Even Dad says you're crazy, and I know you've been keeping him away from me.
Mom looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. What are you talking about?
Dad told me everything. He even invited me to travel with him for the summer. He's an artist now, and he's awesome.
Your father is lying like a dog on a rug. I should have told you earlier, but your dad has some problems. He's a thief and a con artist, and he owes a lot of money to some really bad men.
I didn't believe her. I couldn't. My dad was a good guy. She was the crazy one. I was so angry, I screamed. I couldn't stand being in the same room with her for another second. I turned and ran out the front door. Then, the craziest thing happened. This van rolled up, and the scary man from the cafe jumped out. He grabbed me and tried to pull me into his car. Mom and Sam appeared out of nowhere.
Let my daughter go, you low-down, dirty snake.
Mom yanked me out of the man's arms and pushed me to safety. Mom and the man fought in the street. Mom slipped, hit her head on the curb, and fell unconscious. Sam bit the man on his butt, and the man ran away screaming. A couple of neighbors called the ambulance. When we got to the hospital, they rushed Mom into emergency surgery. The police told me that they'd caught the man trying to leave town. He and my dad hatched a plan to kidnap me and hold me for ransom. My dad even had an anonymous note on his computer that he was going to send to Mom demanding $2 million for my return. The police arrested them both and threw them in jail. I felt horrible. I couldn't stop crying. Then I turned to see Josh, and he gave me the biggest hug. This is all my fault. Mom tried to tell me the truth about Dad, but I didn't believe her.
You can't blame yourself, Sasha. We all make mistakes. I'm sure your mother knows that you love her. What matters is you're here for her now.
Then the most unexpected thing happened. Apparently, news of my mom's accident had spread, and dozens of people showed up in the waiting room. They told me stories about how Mom mentored them and changed their lives.
Your mother is the smartest woman I know.
She invested in my business when no one else would.
She taught us to be ourselves. Now, we've got the most popular album in the country.
I was amazed at how much of an impact Mom had on so many people.
I told you your mom was special.
Then the doctor came out and gave us the best news. The surgery was a success. Mom was released from the hospital a week later. When she came home, I was so happy. I hugged her as tight as I could.
Heavens to Betsy, what's gotten into you?
I'm just happy you're okay. I'm sorry about everything I said. I love you so much. I'm not ashamed of you, and I'm proud that you're my mother. I know you love me in your own way.
Well, that just stills my pickle.
I'm as happy as a clam at high tide.
What does that mean?
He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. The porch light's on, but no one's home.
Huh?
We're just kidding. You're the smartest kid I know. I pulled Josh close, and just as I was about to kiss him, Sam jumped between us and licked my face. Hi, I'm Princess Leia from Liechtenstein. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. The moment my mom gave birth to me, everyone in the village instantly fell in love with me. I was the world's friendliest baby and loved attention. Then when I was 2 years old, my sister Emily was born, and she was a little different. Every time Emily was around people, she would scream and find somewhere to hide. One day, when I was 8 and Emily was 6, Mom and Dad had a royal garden party. I loved talking to all the grown-up guests, but Emily was terrified.
Leah, I don't want to be with all these people. I want to be in my room, but Mom isn't letting me.
Here, you can hide underneath my gown. Then no one will see you and I'll sneak you out. But hiding my sister underneath my dress wasn't the best idea. I ended up tripping over the refreshment table, spilling a chocolate fountain over some lady's dress. Mom and Dad were horrified, and my clumsy accident ended up being all over the news. But my parents didn't blame me for what happened. They were just worried and confused.
Why is Emily so anxious and afraid of everyone? Was it something we did?
It just doesn't make any sense. Emily's anxiety only got worse over the years. By the time she was 8, she refused to even leave our bedroom. Everyone in the village still adored me, but they were convinced something was seriously wrong with Emily.
I hear she just stares out her window all day. It's a shame she's not more like her sister Leia.
Worst of all, Emily wanted me to stay with her in our room all the time. I couldn't even go downstairs for dinner without Emily crying.
Please don't leave me. I'm so lonely, and you're the only person that I actually like.
It was so hard saying no to her. My parents tried enrolling her in therapy, but nothing seemed to work. And as time passed, I got tired of being cooped up in our room and wanted to go and have a life. One night when I was 16, I took a walk around the castle to get some fresh air. Then suddenly, I looked up and almost had a heart attack. There was a guy trying to climb onto the roof. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Climbing onto the roof? What does it look like?
Excuse me, but this happens to be the King and Queen's castle. You better climb down before I tell my parents about this. The guy jumped down from the roof, landing inches away from me.
There, I came down. You're welcome.
With that, he just walked off, and I felt my blood boil. I just knew he'd been trying to cause trouble. The next day, I came down for breakfast, and I was shocked to see my parents with the guy who climbed the roof.
Oh, darling, you're awake. I'd like you to meet Nico. He's the Duke's son and a lovely young man.
But I saw him climbing onto the roof of the castle last night. He's dangerous. He was up to no good.
No. Nico just likes lying on our roof to watch the stars at night.
What? My parents were crazy. What king and queen would let some weirdo climb their castle walls at night and believe such a stupid lie? Fine, be naive and let this intruder do his thing. But when he puts all our lives in danger, don't come crying to me. I was going to sneak up on Nico and see what he was up to. I would have one of our guards bring me up to the roof with a harness and a rope. But that night, as I rose up to the castle roof, I saw Nico sitting with tears in his eyes. He didn't even look surprised to see me. Nico, are you okay? I came to check on you, but
I figured you'd check on me sooner or later. and I haven't been okay for years.
What do you mean?
I'm not really the Duke's son. I'm adopted. When I was 10 years old, my parents left me, and they never came back.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My parents were friends with your parents, so they'd take me up here a lot when I was young. My mom and I used to sit here together and watch the stars. Once, she told me if I ever got lost to come up to this spot, and she'd know where to find me. I know she'll never come here, but hanging out at this spot makes me feel closer to her. Your dad's a saint. He was the one who convinced the Duke to adopt me. I just wish I didn't miss my parents so much.
I was too stunned to speak. I had totally misjudged him. We ended up talking for hours, and before I knew it, the sun had come up. I should go, but this was really fun. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow night?
I'd like that. You're a good listener, Leah.
Then one day, something crazy happened. I was having lunch at school when suddenly a few girls came up to me with smirks on their faces.
According to one of your maids, your weirdo sister threw a chair at a new maid of yours this morning? We didn't know she was that crazy.
Oh, God, I wanted to disappear.
They should just lock her up forever.
You shouldn't have said that. I yanked the girl's hair hard and she started to scream. Just then, someone pushed the girl backwards and I saw it was Nico.
You forgot you're speaking to our future queen, girls. Come on, Leah, let's go for a walk.
Nico led me away from the girls, and that's when I asked him how he was in my school.
I've been homeschooled my whole life, but my dad decided it was time I start studying with other royals.
I was really happy Nico had transferred, but his words made me think of Emily. She had never been able to go to a normal school. All of a sudden, I had tears in my eyes, and I told Nico everything about Emily, how she never came out of her room, how my parents were ashamed of her, and how I always needed to stay with her.
What if the girls are right? What if Emily really is crazy and she starts losing her mind?
I don't know, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice your life for her. Emily probably just needs someone outside her family to feel safe with. If you want, I'll come over and talk to her.
I hugged Nico and immediately agreed. That night, I brought him into our bedroom and Emily started having a panic attack. Hey, it's okay. Nico's a friend. Then suddenly, Emily stood up to really get a look at Nico. And seconds later, she was swooning.
I never knew Leah had such handsome friends. You know I'm a princess too, right?
Emily started flirting with Nico like crazy. But as the night went on, Nico got her to start opening up about her issues.
I get what you're going through. Sometimes I get so depressed, I don't even want to leave my bed. But sometimes being alone makes it worse. How about I introduce you to some of my friends from school? We can start slow.
To my shock, Emily agreed. Nico and I started out by taking her for walks in the park, and once in a while introducing her to people. I was so grateful for Nico, and as time passed, we grew really close, and I secretly started having feelings for him. Then one night, the three of us were walking along the pier when suddenly Nico tripped and fell sideways into the lake, hitting his head on a rock. Then he started sinking into the water. I jumped into the lake to get him. When I managed to pull him out, he was unconscious. Luckily, I knew CPR, and within an hour, he started to wake up. He was saved. The next day, I went to visit Nico at his house to see how he was. When I got there, he was lying on the couch, and he looked super out of it. Hey, how are you feeling?
I just remember that I hit a rock and almost drowned, and that someone special saved my life. You have no idea how much it means to me, Leah. I haven't felt this loved in years.
My heart soared. I was just about to lean in and kiss him when Emily came over and Nico took her hand.
Emily told me she dove into the water to get me and then did CPR. She's an absolute angel.
To my horror, Nico pulled Emily close and kissed her. I felt like I was going to throw up. I yanked Emily's arm and pulled her into the other room. How could you take credit for saving Nico's life? He's been my best friend for the past year, and you know what? I'm in love with him. Leah, I've been miserable my whole life. I don't know if any guy will want to be with me ever, considering all the issues I have. This could be my once-in-a-lifetime chance at happiness, but I guess that doesn't matter. So go tell Nico the truth and be the village hero. I'll just lock myself away in this bedroom forever. Emily stormed off into the bathroom and slammed the door. I couldn't think straight. I ran out of Nico's palace to clear my head. I wanted to tell Nico the truth so badly, but what if Emily was right? What if this was her one chance at a normal life? In the end, I decided to let Emily take the credit. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. She'd get to be the village hero for once. Plus, it wasn't like she and Nico were going to get married overnight. I had time to think things over. Except Emily's fame lasted for more than a week. Worst of all, she and Nico were getting close. The two of them even went out together. He comforted her every time she had a panic attack and congratulated her every time she left the castle. God, was he her boyfriend or her babysitter? Then one night, my parents invited Nico over for dinner, and Dad made an announcement that sent me over the edge.
After much thought and discussion, we would like for Nico to be our new king. We love him like our own son, and we can't think of who'd be a better husband for our daughter.
My jaw dropped. I was going to be with Nico after all? Everything was going to work out? But Emily was fuming. You're just going to take Nico away from me? Like that?
You mean I'm gonna marry Leah?
Actually, you're going to marry Emily, and she's going to be the queen instead of Leah. You two make such a beautiful couple, and it was truly a miracle that Emily was able to save your life, even with all her challenges, and that's remarkable. I felt like I'd been punched in the face. That's insane! I'm the eldest daughter. I've been preparing to be queen my whole life, and you know what? I'm the one who saved Nico. I should have never let Emily lie and take the credit for it, and I'm not letting her take my crown or marry Nico either. Before anyone could react, I fled from the table and into my bedroom. Then suddenly, I felt someone standing over me, and it was Emily, with fire in her eyes. Why would you rat me out like that? You can still have any guy you want, as long as it's not Nico. I've loved Nico for over a year. Emily, I've sacrificed everything for you. I spent days on end locked in this room so you wouldn't feel scared and alone. Is this the thanks I get? So, you're saying I owe you in some way? I never asked you to sacrifice yourself for me. You could have left me for a few hours if it was too much. It's not my fault you don't know how to set boundaries. Sorry, but I'm only responsible for my own happiness. That was it. Without thinking, I slapped Emily across the face hard. Emily turned around and was about to push me, but instead, she tripped and fell backwards, tumbling down the stairs. Everyone called for help and an ambulance came. What had I done? I went with everyone to the hospital, but I wasn't able to see Emily yet. I felt sick to my stomach. Suddenly, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Nico.
Hey, Emily's gonna be okay. She'll be in a cast for a few weeks, but don't worry.
I think there's something seriously wrong with me. How could I hurt my sister like that?
Maybe because you were fed up with letting her take what's yours? The servants overheard your conversation with Emily, that it was you who saved me and how you let her take the credit.
I was totally silent. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but Nico had a point.
Also, I need to confess something. I'm in love with you too. I've been in love with you for ages. I thought I loved Emily because she saved my life, but we don't have that connection that you and I have. I want to be with you, Leah, not your sister.
Suddenly, Nico leaned in to kiss me. Oh God, I wanted to kiss him so bad, but what about Emily? I couldn't do this to her. I ran away from Nico at that second. I had to talk to Emily. I went out to bring her flowers and then apologized for everything. Actually, I'm the one who owes you an apology. I went way too far by stealing both Nico and your crown from you. I know Nico doesn't see me like that. It's okay, Emily. It's in the past now. Everything is going to be all right. I'm so glad you're okay. Honestly, me too. I hugged my sister tight. Today, I'm married to Nico as the Queen of Liechtenstein. And Emily is married too, with 3 kids. Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these.
Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. While Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me? Snap out of it, Kayla. Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was going to happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down. You'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13. Don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go. Now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me. And there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie. Why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different. Except, it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment. So let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when...
Hey, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday, and what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly, hey, bestie, I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey? What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh, wow. Look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me. It's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
Oh, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you. I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with A were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, Charm Boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right. I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly...
Let go of her.
Two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book. The whack.
Ow! You break my heart, and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you.
I didn't have the grades to graduate, was accused of vandalism, saved someone from drowning, and got arrested, all in the same week. Oh, but before I get ahead of myself, hi, I'm Maya from California. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, swimming was my happy place. When I was 3, my love of all things aquatic got a little awkward from my parents, who had to keep pulling me out of mall fountains, bird baths, and koi ponds. Excuse me, adults, if you put those signs up and I'm too young to read them, do you see where I'm going with this? Well, by the age of 13, the only job I ever dreamed about was becoming a lifeguard. Being around water, saving people, and hot guys in swimsuits, what's not to love? But on dry land, that's a whole different story. You see, I was not the greatest student, and my mortal enemy was math. Then my dad got a promotion, and we moved into an apartment in the city, and I had to start my senior year at a brand new school. Seriously, Dad, I had just spent the last year sucking up to all my teachers so they would grade me on a generous curve. Where's the respect for all my hard work? Life wasn't any different there. But like divine intervention, I looked up and saw my favorite 4-letter word. Okay, seriously, you guys, I know at least half of you just thought of a word that would get you grounded if you said it out loud. I only planned to swim for a few minutes, but I was startled by a gorgeous boy. I said, "What are you doing in my pool?" Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the school pool. A school pool. That's funny, get it? Because it rhymes. I get it. It's just not funny. And it's my pool because my family paid for it. He pointed to the plaque on the wall with his family name and under it a sign. I'm Sebastian Monroe III. And if I catch you in here again, I'll have you arrested. Arrested? Oh, that's a bit dramatic. Did you think I was going to pee in the pool or something? I'm Maya, by the way. I realized I was talking to myself because he had already left. He had the manners of a goat, and that's an insult to goats. I don't get it. Even if his family paid for the pool, it's still the school pool. I have to be on the swim team and prove to him that I'm better. I made the team, of course, and beating Sebastian's top score was just the icing on the cake. So I dominated any competition I was in. I figured Sebastian must have told one of his goon buddies to try to scare me for tearing it up on the swim team because I noticed this nerdy-looking guy lurking outside the school. I tried to approach him, but he was a tricky little thing and got away. Was Sebastian trying to have me stalked or disappeared? Okay, now I'm being dramatic. You guys ever feel like your mind plays tricks on you because you've watched too many crime movies? I walked back into school and saw something I did not expect. Sebastian was leaning against my locker, looking so handsome, but I kept my cool.
Your team wins again. If I had known you were part mermaid, I might not have given you such a hard time.
Oh, thank goodness. I was wondering how I would go on living without your approval. Now, excuse me, I need to get to my locker.
I'll only move if you agree to go out with me.
It figures. The only way you could get a date is with blackmail.
Okay, I deserved that. But I am trying to make up for being such a jerk to you. I really like you. And I was listening when you introduced yourself, Maya.
He leaned in close to me, put his head on my shoulder, and looked up at me.
Look, I'm trying to be cute and vulnerable.
You guys ever fall for that guy who makes you think, sure, he's a bad boy, but he'll change for me? I guess even you deserve a second chance.
Awesome. Where do you want to go?
I have this sudden craving for ice cream. He took me to an upscale dessert place and ordered one of everything. He was charming, and I was falling for him like an apple off an Isaac Newton's tree. Oh, hey, I guess I did learn something in class. I thought things are starting to look up. But what do they say about looking up? That's when you trip and faceplant. Yep, I failed my second test. One more and I would get kicked off the swim team. I went to sweet talk the coach, but unfortunately he was allergic to my charm. Thankfully, my parents hired an amazing tutor, Lucy, who knew how to keep me awake, unlike others who snored or were more interested in snacking. And before I knew it, I was doing better on my tests and even got a B+. And by the way, this Lucy is awesome. But unfortunately, the story isn't about her. But please know she's amazing. Maybe I should tell her story one day. Don't you agree, guys? So to review, I was dating the hottest guy in school and crushing classes and the swim team. That nerdy guy was still popping up at school. And now that Sebastian and I were dating, I knew he wasn't behind it, so I asked him.
Oh, he's probably smitten with you. Too bad you're taken.
But I can't stop thinking about it.
You just need a distraction.
I'm serious, Sebastian. What if He interrupted my rant with a kiss.
If he's what?
I was so charmed by his kiss that I forgot what I was saying. He who? Well played, Sebastian III. Well played. After school that day, I came home, and there was a package at my front door. No return address, just my name on it. I was so excited. It must have been Sebastian surprising me with something wonderful. But when I opened it, the worst smell filled the room. It was a bag of poop. My parents called the police, but they said nothing could be done because there was no one to trace it back to. I made a list of people I thought it could be, like Amy, whom I told her boyfriend she had kissed someone else, and Tony, who I totally exposed his crush on our teacher. But that creepy, nerdy guy was the number one suspect. I showed it to Sebastian the next day at school.
Babe, I'm telling you, it's some girl at school that's jealous of you because you're dating me.
Wow. Did the school give you an extra locker for that ego?
It's not an ego if it's the truth. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, I have a romantic date planned for us that will take your mind off of all this. I'll pick you up at your house at 7.
I decided to focus on our date and get creepy nerd guy off my brain. I jumped in my closet for some great chimichurri to go with my dress and started to wonder where Sebastian would take me. But he never showed. I called and texted. Nothing. I was really worried and rushed over to his house. When I showed up, there were police cars everywhere, and my heart sank like the Titanic, thinking something had happened to Sebastian, until I saw him standing next to his car. Sebastian! Oh, thank God you're okay. Then I noticed his car. Someone had spray painted, "Sebastian is a loser, he can't swim."
My parents think you did this.
All that misspelling? Well, that's just insulting. I'm bad at math, not English. If you're gonna try to frame someone, do your homework. Just as I was about to defend myself, his mom rushed toward me.
"Is this the monster who did this to my baby? Well, you're lucky there isn't enough evidence to arrest you, or you would spend the rest of your life in jail. Oh, Sebastian, why do you insist on living that low lifestyle? I mean, does it even know about personal hygiene?"
She walked off in a huff, and I was stunned and hurt. I went to Sebastian for comfort, but instead he yelled loud enough for his parents to hear.
"I don't care how cute you think it was. We're over."
You know I would never do this. It must be that creepy guy. But he just walked away. What just happened? How could he not believe me? I ran away with tears in my eyes and spent the whole night eating half of the world's junk food. The next day at school, Sebastian met me with a big hug and a romantic kiss, like everything was normal. How many personalities am I dating?
"Sorry about the show last night, babe. It was just to get my parents off my back. You know how parents are. We'll just have to keep our love a secret for a while, and then I will fix everything. Trust me."
But you were so mean to me, and you let everyone believe I would do that.
"Well, yeah, of course. And I did it all for you. I didn't want my mom to get you kicked off the swim team."
I was relieved. He really did care about me. I wasn't thrilled about the way he did it, but, boys aren't that bright, and he probably did the best he could.
Besides, what do you care about what my parents think? You have me, and that's all that matters. Let's just focus on the senior beach bash tonight and forget them.
Well, I have been looking forward to this all year, so I'll meet you there. Once I arrived, I could hear music blasting and see a huge campfire. Sebastian was waiting at the gate for me, but I noticed there was a padlock at the entrance.
"Come this way. We have to go through the tear in the fence."
I'm a little nervous about this. Are you sure we're not breaking the law?
What's the big deal? Everyone else is already there. Besides, do you see any signs telling us to stay out?
Well, against my better judgment, I agreed. We had fun, and he danced around like a reject from America's Got Talent, but he was cute. Halfway through the night, Sebastian disappeared. I asked if anyone had seen him, and someone said he went to get some pizzas. I was thinking how weird it was that he didn't tell me, like my boyfriend had ghosted me. I just wanted to go home. Suddenly, a guy screamed that some girl had fallen into the water and was sinking. I knew I could swim faster than I could run. Acting quickly, I tore off the bottom of my dress so it wouldn't weigh me down and dove in. It was cold, but all I kept thinking was that I had to save her. I reached her in minutes and swam her to shore. Her boyfriend thanked me 1,000 times, and I could feel their love for each other as her boyfriend embraced her in turn. I was so tired that I laid down on the sand. My teeth were chattering when someone wrapped the jacket around my shoulders from behind.
"Are you okay? That was some pretty heroic stuff."
It was the creepy nerdy guy. You! Why are you following me? Did you send me that poop? What are you even doing here? My interrogation was rudely interrupted by the police showing up and arresting everyone for trespassing. I knew sneaking through a hole in a fence was shady. When we were at the police station waiting for our parents, I saw that guy again. I ran up to confront him. I don't know what your weird fascination is with me, but I'm only going to warn you once. Stay away.
I understand you might think that, but I wasn't following you. I've been following your boyfriend, Sebastian.
Sebastian? You have a crush on Sebastian?
No, but I was, in a way, stalking him. Did you notice that your boyfriend managed to disappear before the police came?
I really wanted to argue with him, but he was right. Where the heck was Sebastian? I was released, but my parents were so disappointed. And worst of all, Sebastian was nowhere to be found. I even went to his house when I knew his parents were out, but he wasn't there either. But I saw that creepy guy again. Where is he? And what's the drama? Start explaining.
Actually, I found out he's in hiding because he was the one who called the police.
Then he showed me pictures on his phone of Sebastian making a call at the beach. Well, that doesn't prove anything, and you still haven't said why you were stalking him.
I do freelance work for a tabloid magazine, and they pay big bucks for any dirt on millionaire playboys.
Well, listen here, stalkerazzi.
Albert.
Fine, Albert. When Sebastian shows up, he will have an explanation for all of this.
And what will his explanation be for taking down the no trespassing signs at the beach, sending you a box of poop, or vandalizing his own car just to get a new car by making you feel bad? And did you know he also switched your test so you would fail?
What are you talking about? He showed me everything. I was crushed. How could I have fallen for such an evil mastermind?
I have all the photos saved to this USB to give to my editor tonight.
Then, out of nowhere, Sebastian ripped the USB out of Albert's hand and swallowed it.
And now it's my word against yours.
I thought the next time I saw him, I would run to his arms, but instead I slapped him. I pinned him against the wall, but Albert held me back before I could slap him again. You might be rich, but you could be outsmarted by a box of hair. You do know they are still on the cloud, right?
Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Well, that's not how I wanted to get my USB back.
You know, you've got some pretty strong arms under that nerdy exterior. Albert showed the pictures to the police, and Sebastian went to jail. It turns out Sebastian was just a spoiled brat who wanted to get even with me for bruising his ego. Apparently his friends laughed at him when I kicked his butt on the swim team. Get a life, dude.
I'm sorry if I creeped you out with all the sneaking around.
It was kind of weird, but I'm sorry I was quick to judge you. Thank you for coming to my rescue. He may not have been as good looking as Sebastian, but as I stared into his eyes, I could see he was so thoughtful and kind, and that was way more attractive. Yep, I think I'm gonna date this guy, but I have to end the story for now. Sorry, guys. Be careful who you call your boyfriends. That's my advice. See ya!
Hi, I'm Layla. And yep, that's me in the front row of a gala, seconds before I betrayed my best friend and almost ruined his life. But before we get to all that, please make sure to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I've been a lot to handle. Or at least that's what I've been told. By my mom, Layla. By my dad.
Layla!
By, well, any adult really. But really, I'm just always trying to do the right thing. And sometimes that gets me in trouble. That's why my parents sent me to Woodmere Academy to begin with. That and other reasons.
It's only the 5th-ranked preparatory school in the country, but heavens, no one else will take you, no matter how much money we throw their way.
Good grief, Leela. How will you replace your father as CEO of Idrizi Tech if you keep up with these morality plays?
Woodmere was supposedly elite, but to me, it was just like every other rich kid cesspool my parents plopped me into, complete with snobby, entitled lookalikes who wore the same navy blazer and walked the halls like the world owed them a standing ovation just for showing up.
You think you belong here? You're just a poor, worthless...
Funny you think he doesn't belong here when your dad basically had to donate a wing to get your sorry butt in here. The scholarship kid ran, but Milo's ego didn't.
You're gonna regret that. My family basically runs this school. I'm untouchable.
Cool. But are you waterproof?
Huh?
I bent down and turned the knob on a nearby sprinkler, which aimed straight at Milo and sprayed water all over him. Some other kids watching us laughed. 15 minutes later, I found myself in a familiar place, the headmaster's office.
Do you think drenching a student with irrigation equipment is leadership material, Miss Idrizi?
I don't think threatening a kid with a lacrosse stick is exactly student of the month behavior either.
That student of the month is my grandson.
Of course he is.
Which is why you're not just suspended. You're expelled.
Wait, no, please. If I get expelled, my parents will actually disown me. You don't understand. I'm supposed to be the next CEO of Idrizi Tech. As the school doors slammed shut behind me, along with, my future, I did the only thing a girl with no options and rapidly shrinking inheritance could do. I walked home. Every step was basically a countdown to whatever fresh nightmare my parents had waiting for me. Mom? Dad?
Pack your bags.
Immediately. Wait, you already know?
You bet we do. You got accepted to Advena Academy!
I am so sorry, Wait, what? It's the #1 school in the country. Looks like they changed their mind. Wow! So you're not mad about the sprinkler?
The what?
Nothing. When do we leave? Apparently, we were leaving that night. No time to overthink it, no time to sabotage it. Just a suitcase and a second chance that, let's face it, I totally deserved. And when we got there, my jaw almost dropped. Advena made every other fancy school I'd ever been kicked out of looked like a daycare run by raccoons. I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad and approached the doors with a fresh start in mind and a promise in my heart. But as soon as I walked through the doors...
Layla Idrissi to the headmaster's office immediately.
Oh, what now? I hadn't so much as eye-rolled at anyone, and I was already in trouble? I braced myself as I entered the headmaster's office. But something felt different this time. For one, the headmaster was smiling.
Ah, Miss Idrissi. Welcome to Edvina. I'm Headmaster Quinlan.
Hi?
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. We brought you here for a very specific reason. Let's call it an assignment.
What kind of assignment?
One that requires your particular talents. Quick thinking, initiative, a healthy disregard for rules.
Wow, most schools just call that detention.
Here we call it useful. But if you mess this up, we will expel you. So, no pressure.
He kept going on about some top-secret mission, about how the only reason I was at Edvina was to follow someone with as little contact as possible and await instructions for my next steps. Then, he slid a manila envelope across the desk like we were in some low-budget spy movie. I expected a photo of a criminal mastermind, maybe a hacker, a ninja, at the very least someone with a scar or an eye patch. But nope, it was Louis Block, a kid so aggressively average he practically faded into the folder. Brown hair, brown eyes, scrawny. You could lose him in a crowd of two. And yet, that was my mission. Follow Louis. So I did. And at first, everything about him was even more ordinary than I'd expected. He was the quietest kid in class. He didn't eat with anyone. Even his locker code was 1, 2, 3, 4. But because he was allergic to attention, he actually turned out to be weirdly hard to follow. After all, we couldn't both sit in the back row and pretend to be invisible, and there's only so much space between the vending machine and the science wing. But in all that solo stealth mode, there was exactly one group activity where he appeared to be somewhat comfortable. The chess club. A place so mind-numbingly dull that it made math class feel like a rock concert. And, thanks to this seemingly pointless mission, I guess that's how I'm going to be spending my afternoon.
Pawn to b4.
Before what, though? I watched as Louis moved a pawn, then another pawn, then the horse one, whatever it's called. Riveting stuff. But then, his opponent leaned back, grinning like he just solved world hunger.
Checkmate again. Wow, Louis, do you just come here to be reminded about what a loser you are?
Man, even in chess club he was an easy target. My brain was screaming, stay out of it, observe, don't blow your cover. But my instincts, they'd already stood up. Do you just come here to forget that your mom cut your hair with a weed whacker? And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Louis do something I hadn't seen him do all week. He smiled. After the 3-hour chess club that felt like 3 years, I felt a tap on my shoulder. And when I turned around, it was him.
Hey, thanks.
You can talk? Yeah, no sweat. And just like that, we started chatting. Nothing dramatic, nothing spy-worthy. But for the first time since I got here, it didn't feel like an assignment. It felt normal. Actually, it turns out we had a lot in common.
My parents put so much pressure on me. I figure it's better for my future to keep a low profile. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, trust me, I do. Maybe he was just a regular guy after all. But as we talked more often, I started noticing something unique about Louis. He had a knack for expressing himself in a way that was poetic. So you always eat alone?
Mostly, but sometimes the birds show up. They all swoop down for the crumbs, pecking at them like it's their last meal on Earth. Yet, somehow, they always leave enough for each other. And I think that's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of is. Even his voice had this magnetic pull, like there was something musical about him. And over the next few days, my whole just observe and report strategy kind of crumbled. I told myself I was keeping things professional, that staying close to Louis was just part of the mission. But the truth? We were becoming friends. real ones. He was also weirdly funny in that dry blink and you miss it way. And he could quote MSA videos like they were Shakespeare, which, let's be honest, is a wildly underrated skill.
Why don't they teach those videos in school?
I know, right? Then one afternoon, I saw him slip into a place I didn't even know students were allowed into, the old theater backstage loft. I waited for a moment, then crept in after him, and that's when I saw it. Louis, alone, tucked into the shadows with a battered violin under his chin, playing. But not just playing, humming too. A soft, steady note that floated above the strings like it was made of air and magic. It was beautiful, like make your heart hurt kind of beautiful. And then, before I even knew what was happening, I was crying at music. Me! Who knew I could even do that? Unfortunately, he heard my sniffles and looked directly at me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? No, don't apologize.
No, I'm so sorry.
And before I could say anything else, he bolted, like he'd accidentally set the building on fire with a G major chord, and I ran after him. I didn't know you could do that.
No one does. I mean, they used to. But after what happened with my brother, I stopped, mostly.
What do you mean? What happened?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like, when I play, it messes with people. Their emotions. Their insides. I don't try to do it, it just happens. He was going through something really hard, and I thought I was helping. I thought if I could just play the right notes, he'd feel better. But he didn't feel better, it just got worse. And then My parents sent me here after that. Said I needed a break from too much feeling, whatever that means.
Suddenly, everything made sense. The quiet, the staring out of windows, the assignment in general. I wasn't just following a weird boy with a sad vibe and a violin. This was something else. Something powerful and broken. Later that week, I got called into the headmaster's office again.
Miss Idrisi, how are things progressing?
With what? Oh, Louis? Yep. He's just a totally normal guy. Nothing to see here. Definitely not emotionally gifted to the point of concern, if that's what you're wondering.
I understand the two of you have become quite close.
What? No,
I'm the headmaster, Layla. I know exactly what happens around here. You do know about the incident involving his brother, right?
I tensed up. This was going deeper than I ever could have thought.
He blames himself. He hasn't spoken about it to anyone. His parents tried everything to help him out, got him the best therapists in the world. Nothing worked. But we believe his silence is part of the problem. When he plays, he connects. He releases what he's been holding in. Now, suppressing a gift like his is not healthy, especially when it's tied to guilt. Now, that's where you come in. You need to help him heal, Layla. There's a gala next month. Nothing flashy, just a showcase of student work, a safe space. If Louis were to play again, even just one song, it might be the first step back to himself.
Convincing the quietest kid in the universe to sing at a fancy fundraiser? No pressure or anything. I found Louis in his usual spot, tucked behind the music building, sitting on a chipped concrete ledge that overlooked the soccer field.
Want one? The cafeteria throws them out a day before they expire. Still perfectly fine, just no longer worth the shelf space.
Wait, what? That's like a criminal amount of food waste. Someone needs to stage a protest.
You know what you should join? The Social Activism Club. They'd love you.
Yeah, well, not sure I have time for that given my assignment.
Assignment?
Assignments. Like school assignments, homework, tests. Never mind. Anyway, you know what you should join? The roster of performers at the annual gala.
Oh, no,
Come on. I heard you play yesterday. It was...
I said no, Layla. Sorry, it's just not my thing. I should go.
But for a while, I kept trying. Subtly. Isn't it weird how the word gala rhymes with voila, like a big performance reveal?
Sure.
But it was hopeless. I could feel my future as CEO of Idrisi Tech slipping through my fingers. I'd already burned through every other school worth mentioning, and the headmaster had made it clear, screw this up, and I was done for good. And if that happened, my parents would never forgive me, so I felt like I had no choice but to do the ultimate betrayal. I signed him up for the gala anyway. And then I told the headmaster that Louis had agreed to play. Next thing I knew, Louis wasn't just on the schedule. He was the centerpiece. They printed his name on the flyers and announced it in assembly. Was it manipulative? Yes. Did I feel bad? Also yes. But it was for his own good, right? I mean, he had to break out of his shell eventually, right? Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way.
How could you do this to me?
Do what?
Oh, please. You think just because I don't talk much means I'm stupid? I know it was you who signed me up for the gala. Thanks for reminding me why I don't trust anyone.
I'd done the opposite of what I was trying to do. He wasn't coming out of his shell. He was burrowing deeper in. Thanks to me. So I went to the headmaster's office, rehearsing my confession in my head. How I'd pushed Louis too far, and how I'd betrayed his trust. That maybe I wasn't the right person to help him overcome his dark past. But when I reached the door, it was already cracked open. And what I heard made me freeze.
Everything's right on schedule. The boy plays his little melancholy solo. The audience tears up, and boom, 50s, no hundreds, no thousands of dollars fall into our laps. Easy peasy. And yes, you'll get your 50% as agreed.
I couldn't believe my ears. He didn't want to help Louis. He was using him for profit. And I was just a pawn in his scheme. But I'm not a pawn, or one of those horse thingies. I was going to show him who he was really messing with. A queen. Chess club stuff. I sprinted to find Louis, who was sitting alone, as expected. Louis!
What do you want?
Well, first off, to apologize. I never should have signed you up for the gala. But honestly, I swear to you, I only wanted to help.
I didn't ask for help. Why does everyone keep trying to fix me? What if I'm not broken? What if I just want to be left alone?
You have every right to feel that way.
Then why are you here?
Because something's not right. I overheard Headmaster Quinlan on the phone. He's not trying to help you. He's using you. The gala is just a cash grab, and your solo's the tearjerker. That's the plan. You suffer, and they get paid. I expected him to explode the way I was about to, but to my surprise, he didn't get angry. I guess he was too broken to even react.
Of course, that tracks.
I thought I was pushing you towards something good, but I got so caught up in juggling my own problems and trying to do the right thing that I guess I never asked what you wanted.
Yeah, no one ever does.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
You know, when I first met you, something clicked in me, and I played something different.
What do you mean? Can I hear it? He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me hit me harder than any note ever could. No audience, no gala, just me. I promise. To my surprise, he picked up his violin. I braced myself for another emotional gut punch. But what came out wasn't heavy or sad. It was light. And suddenly, so was I. I was grinning like an idiot, flooded with the kind of hope I hadn't felt since before I got kicked out of my first fancy school, back when I still believed the world could change. And then, through my joy, I blurted, "Louis."
Oh, you hated it, huh?
Hated it? I've never felt so amazing in my life. Look, I know I can't get you out of performing anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fall into their trap. If you played like that, you'll be making people feel good, including yourself. He gave me the smallest smile and left without a word, but I could tell something was shifting in him. On the night of the gala, I had no clue what to expect. Either the one person in my life I truly cared about gets exploited and traumatized even further, or he goes off script and reclaims his story, which meant I was probably getting expelled again. And then, just when I thought my bundle of nerves couldn't get more twisted, I spotted them in the audience. My parents. Guys, what are you doing here?
Layla, look at you. Still enrolled. How nice.
Come sit. We saved you a seat. We hear you're close with tonight's little prodigy.
If getting expelled was my worst case scenario, then watching my parents' live reaction to it was the apocalypse. But as Louis made his way onto the stage, he looked unchanged in a way that made me sad. It was like the spotlight was too hot and had shriveled him back into the broken boy they all expected. And sure enough, a sad melody followed suit. As I looked around, I could see the audience tearing up, dabbing eyes, sniffles everywhere. And right on cue, Headmaster Quinlan started slinking between rows, smiling and collecting checks like it was church. As I watched Louis crumble, I expected, as always, for my body to move before my mind had a chance to think. But for once, I paused. It was my decision now. I could sit there and be the good girl everyone wanted me to be, or I could stand up and be me. You're amazing, Louis! I believe in you! Louis froze mid-note. As the wealthiest people in the country stared me down, I still stood firm. And then, like he'd just remembered who he was, Louis's lips twitched into a smile. And suddenly, the music changed. It became lighter, happier. And the audience? They forgot all about me. In fact, they actually started dancing. Headmaster Quinlan's donations became an afterthought. And just as I was ready to start joining the dancing...
Layla, what have you done?
Huh? What do you mean?
The donations are stopping. Do you know what that means for the company? This was supposed to be a proof of concept for investors for our latest tech. Emotional music activation. You've ruined it. Make it stop.
And it dawned on me. The person on the other side of the phone call with the headmaster was my father. How do you think you got into the school in the first place? You had one task. Now we'll never be able to convince the board to make you CEO. No, wait, But I couldn't finish the sentence. I looked up at Louis and saw something I almost never saw in myself. True joy. And then I remembered what he'd said to me. No one ever asks what I want. Did I even want to be the CEO of some big tech company? I realized the answer was no. If Louis could find his voice, then maybe I could too. You know what? Fine. Find another CEO.
Layla, you don't mean that.
Stop telling me what I mean. I don't want to be the CEO of Idrizi Tech. I want to work on something that helps people, not manipulate them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. I walked toward the front of the stage, feeling more alive than I ever had. For a second, Louis looked up mid-note, and our eyes locked. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. Unlike so much in our lives, we'd earned this moment. The next morning, I was called into the headmaster's office, and I was rehearsing my speech to talk my way out of expulsion. But I walked in to find Headmaster Quinlan looking weirdly ashamed.
You're not being expelled.
I blinked.
But your parents said if you wanted to transfer to any school of your choice, they'd support it.
I didn't know what shocked me anymore, that I was still enrolled, or that they actually cared about what I wanted. Maybe, for once, they were trying. Thanks, but I think I'll stay here. I hear there's a social activism club that may need some help. I walked out of the office towards Louis, who was waiting for me down the hallway.
Still enrolled?
Shocking, I know.
You were kind of amazing last night.
Kind of? Wow. Stop. I'm blushing. He suddenly stopped walking and looked at me, more sure of himself than ever before.
I'm really glad you followed me.
Yeah, me too. Turns out, I didn't need a mission to save someone. I just needed to stop chasing who I was supposed to be and finally start choosing who I wanted to be. And maybe, for the first time in forever, that was enough. It's a funny thing about most human parents. All over the world, they treat their babies like unique, extraordinary miracles. Every spit bubble and burp is celebrated. Every crooked step is recorded like it's worthy of Olympic gold. Not my mom, though. She never kept records or celebrated milestones. My dad had left before I was born.
so she was too busy keeping a roof over our heads to even notice me much. Also, by the time I turned 4 and still hadn't said a word, I think she'd quietly accepted that her kid might grow up to be deeply ordinary, which is why she probably never took me to a doctor. While she worked as a maid at rich people's houses, she left me all day with our neighbor, Mrs. Sharma.
That son of an owl stole all my jewelry and invested it in a food truck that sells boiled peanuts. Who even eats wet nuts? He's an idiot wrapped in a moron.
At least your son leaves the house. Mine's in his room making dance videos all day.
Still sounds better than selling soggy nuts. Ugh, that dumb son of an owl.
You're not an owl. I saw your dead husband's photo. He's not an owl either. Therefore, it makes no sense to call your child the son of an owl.
Did she just speak?
Did she just say therefore?
Also, owls are not dumb. They're highly intelligent creatures who have clever hiding places for food. They can also remember different hunting routes, even after seasons change.
Sarah, how do you know all that?
It's in that book. I read it while Mrs. Sharma was watching that soap opera with that woman who keeps coming back from the dead. I think I know why her son is stupid.
That was the first time I saw Mom smile. It didn't happen again for a very long time. From that day on, it felt like every buried hope and ambition Mom ever had got pinned on me. She said I was special, and apparently that meant one thing: studying. Constantly, aggressively, and without praise. If I got A+ grades, it was nothing impressive, because she said everyone else in my class had one brain cell. School picnics and field trips, a complete waste of time. And while other kids chilled out on Sundays, I was attending the public library like it was church. Don't even get me started on my birthday, which, lucky me, fell on Halloween. Like the time I turned 8, I was trying to look happy about the advanced algebra book set Mom had gifted me when the bell rang and Mom opened the door.
Trick or treat!
Why would you want to be tricked or treated? If someone tricks you, you're an idiot. If someone treats you with sugar, you're still an idiot, just fatter and with cavities. And what are you even supposed to be?
A zombie. I eat human brains.
Looks like someone ate your brain.
Lady, do you have candy for us or not?
No, but I have something better. Sarah, bring your birthday dessert. I died inside as I carried my ugly chia seed flan to the door. Yeah, I never got cake. I'll cut you a slice. It's full of omega-3s.
Ew, is it supposed to move like that?
I think it just blinked at me.
She pushed the plate away, and it splattered on the floor. The kids ran off, while Mom yelled after them, and I couldn't stop grinning. That zombie girl was my hero. Yeah, Mom was hard on me, and growing up in that house was stressful. But I realized that life was hard on her too. Like once when I was 10, I stopped by one of the houses she worked at, just in time to walk into a meltdown.
You left the cupboard open again, and my dog knocked over the wedding china trying to reach his treats. This is why I never trust the help around expensive things.
I'm really sorry.
Actually, I've seen your dog open the cupboard by himself before, and maybe you shouldn't keep his treats next to your plates?
Sarah, stop.
You know what? I was only going to dock the price of one plate from your salary.
And suddenly, she grabbed 2 more plates from the cupboard and smashed them on the floor.
But look what your daughter made me do. Now you'll be paying for 3.
I'm sorry if I made things worse, Mom, but it wasn't even your fault. How can you let someone talk to you that way? Because people like me don't get to argue, Sarah. I can't lose this job, so I nod and apologize and swallow my pride every day. This is why you can't be average. You're going to have to study harder than anyone else and become someone brilliant. And one day, you're going to walk into a house bigger than that, not to clean it out, but because you own it. You're going to go places, and you're taking me with you. Yeah, no pressure at all. I got bumped up to the 9th grade when I was 12. Some kids looked at me curiously, Others snickered and asked me if I needed a high chair, but mostly they ignored me. Till the day I was paired up for a science presentation with the most popular girl in class, Brittany. And I ended up correcting her spelling on the board while she was presenting her part. Honestly, I thought I was being helpful, but apparently I ended up crushing her fragile ego. After that day, she and her minions started playing their favorite game with me, called Oops, I'm Sorry. They accidentally bumped into me in the hallways.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Accidentally hit my face with balls in the gym.
Oops, so sorry.
Accidentally kicked my chair from under me in the cafeteria.
Oops, I'm so sorry.
My elbow got scraped when I fell, so I went to the school nurse to get cleaned up.
I've seen you around, and I actually feel sorry for you, honey. Kids like you just don't have a normal life, honey. I know a few who got bumped up a couple of grades, and they all ended up with mental illnesses. Turn a little this way, honey.
Just then, Brittany burst into the room with some white stuff all over her hair.
Nurse, save me! Save my gorgeous hair! A freak put gum in it!
And then she appeared. A girl I'd always seen sitting at the back of our class.
Don't help her, nurse. She's always bullying that one kid, and someone had to do something about it.
As Brittany screamed hysterically, the nurse led her to another room and told her to wait, then returned to me.
See, this is what I mean, honey. You should just go back to your old school with kids your age, or you'll end up a criminal most likely.
Are you bullying her too, nurse? Are you telling her she doesn't belong here? You know, I have a lot more gum, and I'm not afraid to use it on you too.
It took some yelling from the nurse and some convincing from me to make Juno back down. And that was the day I made my first real friend. We started hanging out every day during recess, and then after school too. I knew Mom wouldn't approve of this friendship, but she wasn't home till late in the evening, so she didn't have to know. I tried to teach Juno important things, like studying, time management, basic grammar, and she was always trying to teach me life lessons. Oh, how could I forget the World War II quizzes today? How could I? Oh my God, I can't breathe. I'm gonna fail. I can't fail.
Breathe, little nerd. You'll be just fine. Even Einstein failed a quiz one time. Try to get a life. Try to be cool. It's not life and death. It's just high school.
And she was always trying to make me stand up for myself. Like the time she told me to meet her in the schoolyard after hours.
We are gathered here today so you can learn to grow a spine and stop being a soggy breadstick.
Ouch. You don't have to be so harsh.
Okay, sweetie, we are gathered here today so you can learn to grow a spine and stop being a soggy breadstick. Now picture I'm Brittany. What do you really want to say to her?
Brittany? I think you're kind of mean.
Ew, are you trying to write her a love letter?
Please stop kicking my chair.
Are you clenching your butt? Unclench immediately and let out the rage.
You shouldn't have poured soda in my backpack, you witch.
Yes, give me more of that. Tell me something you hate and have never said out loud.
I hate Jessie Flan, Mom. It looks like it was made from alien boogers. Just smile at me sometimes and get me a freaking chocolate cake, woman!
Oh no, I'm sorry. Your mom.
What?
Oh my God, your face.
I hate you! I didn't know how fast everything would change, but for a little while, I just got to be a kid with a best friend, and it was glorious. One evening when I got home, I was surprised to find Mom there earlier than usual. Your mock SAT scores came today. Quite pathetic. For a genius. I didn't have much time to prep, but I'll study harder for the next try. Oh, I'm sure you will. Now that your little adventures with that girl are over, you think I don't know where you go after school? Clearly, she's distracting you. She's not a bad influence, Mom. She's the only reason I don't feel like I'm suffocating all the time. Oh, poor you. Suffocating in a house you live in for free, with everything handed to you. And all you have to do is study. But no, you've got other priorities,
like hanging out with some loser.
You don't even know her. She's kind and brave and funny.
I know her family. They're poor and cheap and
what are we, Mom? Royalty? Juno's my best friend, and I don't care if you don't approve. I felt shocked at myself as Mom looked at me. She got up and left the room. The whole weekend, she gave me the silent treatment, and the guilt started eating me up. Maybe I had been slacking lately. She worked without a break so I could focus on studying. I couldn't screw up.
Hey, baby genius. Why have you been ignoring my texts all weekend? We have to try this new ice cream place after school.
I can't. My SAT mock scores weren't good, so I need to catch up with prep.
You're 12. You've got like 500 years before the SATs matter. And seriously, none of this exam stuff is that important.
Yes, it is. It's important to me, because I don't want to be a nobody stuck here for the rest of my life.
You mean, like me?
Well, you do treat everything like it's a joke. Not all of us can do that. Some of us have real goals, and people counting on us.
Right. And some of us are just clowns with no future and zero expectations. Got it. Good luck catching up then.
She avoided me for days after that, and I told myself I needed less distractions right now. And then one day, she didn't show up.
Class, I have some difficult news. Juno was in an accident yesterday. She's in the hospital and is still unconscious. I'll share visiting details after the lesson.
If she's brain dead, how would we tell the difference?
I felt like I couldn't breathe. I ran out of the classroom, out of the school, tears blurring my vision. Juno had to be okay. She just had to be. So I could tell her I was so sorry. I stayed by her side for days. I couldn't focus on school or mock exams. I couldn't even really care about what Mom thought. She wasn't stopping me from visiting Juno at the hospital, but she didn't sit by me either. A few days later, I was getting a candy bar from the hospital vending machine when I spotted Mrs. Sharma and Mom talking down the hallway.
How's Juno doing now? Still the same. And Sarah hasn't gone to school in 2 weeks. It's not like Juno is missing much either way, but my child is. And who knows how long that girl will be a vegetable anyway.
Just then, Juno's mother appeared around the corner, looking furious.
If this is how you talk about my daughter, I don't want you here. And take your precious child with you. Our family's going through a lot already. We don't need you to make it worse.
No, wait, I'm so sorry. But her mom just walked into Juno's room, slamming the door shut in my face. Mom reached for my arm, but I jerked it away and ran off in tears. And that was the last time I saw Juno. I found out a few days later that her family moved her to a facility in another town for better treatment, but no one told me where exactly or how to get in touch. Something broke between me and Mom after that. Not that she was ever great at emotions, but when I needed her the most, she offered me no comfort or apology. She gave me nothing. And because of her, I treated the one person who cared like she didn't matter. And I never even got to say goodbye. After that, I turned exactly into what Mom wanted. An overachieving, emotionless machine. I studied through birthdays, holidays, and mental breakdowns. I skipped meals, skipped grades, and skipped childhood entirely. By 15, I had a high school diploma and a full-ride scholarship to a great university in the city. So, Mom and I packed our bags and left. Then in my second semester, I pitched the idea of a fashion app for a class project. So, you upload photos of your clothes, and Stash Tag scans, tags, and sorts everything. Then it builds outfit combinations, finds discounts on matching items, and even connects you to a resale platform for stuff you don't use anymore. Basically, it's your closet, but smarter. My professor loved it and said he knew people who'd be very interested. Before I knew it, I was pitching the idea to real investors. And then, Stash Tag blew up overnight. TikTok lost its mind. Fashion bloggers and stylists were calling it revolutionary. And just like that, I became a millionaire before I was legally allowed to drive. We had everything Mom ever dreamed of. A house bigger than any she'd cleaned. Respect. Security. She even started her own business called Bright Minds Academy, a prep center for SATs and college applications built on the slogan, I raised a genius. Let me help you raise one too. I was happy for her, really. I'd worked hard so she could live this life one day. But I'd also worked hard to get away from her. So, at 19, I'd quietly applied to a master's program in literature some months ago, just because I wanted to do something for me. The university was across the country, and my flight was tomorrow. I was going to tell her tonight, over dinner. And then I got the phone call from Mom's secretary.
Miss Sarah, your mom slipped down some stairs. You need to come to the hospital immediately.
The next few weeks went by in a haze of test results and doctor consults. Mom had suffered a spinal injury and head trauma, and she still hadn't woken up. And then one night, I was jolted from my sleep with a smack on my face. Ow! What the heck? Oh my God, Mom? You're awake! Get away from me. Who are you? Where am I? What? Mom, it's me, Sarah. It's okay. You had an accident. I don't know you. I don't want to be here. She yanked the blanket off herself, but she couldn't get off the bed. Why can't I move my legs? Mom, please, calm down. What did you do to me? What's wrong with me? Just then, some medical staff rushed in and calmed Mom down by giving her sedatives. And the next morning, the head doctor gave me his diagnosis.
Your mother's spinal trauma caused temporary paralysis from the waist down, which will be fixed with physiotherapy and she will walk soon. But mentally, it seems like she reverted to when she was 8 years old, and we don't know if it's permanent.
So, are you saying she doesn't remember me?
She only remembers some of her childhood. So yes, she has no awareness of who she became as an adult or who you are. I know this is a lot to process, but we will help you both adjust.
First, she ruled my life as my mother. Now, she'd forgotten that entirely and was about to rule it as an 8-year-old. She got to be a child again, and somehow I still wasn't allowed to be. After a few days of making her understand the situation, the doctor said I could take Mom home. I knew she was confused and scared, and she'd act out, but I had no idea what I was in for. I hired qualified nurses and maids for her, and she kept chasing them all away.
She pushed me in the bathtub.
She locked me in the supply closet and wouldn't even let me out to pee.
She headbutted me when I tried to wake her up for lunch.
I decided to take some Zoom meetings from home to keep an eye on her. And I had a new surprise waiting for me every day. Like the whoopee cushion she placed on my chair, which made a big fart noise the second I sat down. And the next day, I jumped up in pain when I sat on a toy porcupine. And the day after that, I didn't find anything on my chair. But as soon as I sat down, my feet landed straight into a tray of green slime. I was so sick of her stupid tricks. Especially when I found out she was funding them with my Amazon account. And anytime I tried to talk to her, it was just so difficult to get through. So, the doctor said I shouldn't call you Mom anymore since it makes you so uncomfortable. Yeah, also because I'm not your mom. Right. So I'll just call you Mary then. Nope. Only my friends call me that. You can call me Your Majesty. Yeah, that's not happening. Suit yourself. Mary, can you please put that away and eat your food? You need to take your meds after this. Mary? 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 Your Majesty? Yes, servant. Please finish your food. Okay, servant. Don't you think that sounds a lot better than Sarah? There was a girl in my class named Sarah, and I hated her. Then why did you name me Sarah? I don't remember naming you, but if I did, maybe it's because I hated you too. Her childish, spiteful words got under my skin, and I just wanted to scream. A few days later, I took her grocery shopping with me, And after she kept chucking vegetables out of my cart and throwing in candy, I told her caretaker to wait with her at the front of the store. Gosh, I just needed a few minutes of peace.
Hey, excuse me? Just wanted to say something.
Sorry, I don't want to fill a survey or sample any products.
That's not what I was gonna...
Also, I'm running late for something, so...
Okay, cool story. Just wanted to know if the note stuck to your butt was a deliberate fashion choice.
Wait, what? I turned around and pulled a paper off my skirt. Kick me, I'm stupid and boring. Ugh, my mom did this.
That's a bit immature.
Yeah, well, she's the worst 8-year-old ever.
I'm sorry, did you say 8?
Just then, I heard a loud crash and went running to the front to see cans of tuna on the floor, right next to her caretaker. Where's Mom?
She pushed me into the tuna display and bolted outside.
As I dashed out the door, the guy caught up with me.
I'll help you find her. So, am I looking for a grown woman or an 8-year-old?
She looks 40, but she's mentally 8. She's in a wheelchair, and she rolls super fast.
Wow, I have so many questions, but okay, got it.
A passerby overheard us and said he'd seen a woman in a wheelchair going to the park nearby. As we ran down the jogging path, I suddenly spotted her. Oh my God, she's heading for the balloon vendor. Mom crashed straight into the balloon stand. The vendor tripped, balloons flew away, and kids screamed. As we shouted apologies and finally caught up with Mom, I grabbed the handles of the wheelchair, and then she flung herself onto the ground.
Please help me. My daughter is so mean. She says I deserve to be in a wheelchair because I'm ugly.
Oh, now I'm your daughter? Cut it out.
And she doesn't even let me watch MSA, but you definitely should. Like and subscribe now. She's just jealous of the amazing main characters because they're all prettier than her and smarter and better.
Will you stop talking?
That's how she screams at me all the time. I know one day she will get rid of me so her shady boyfriend with weird tattoos can move into my room. Someone call the police! Help!
It took me 10 minutes and a giant ice cream cone to finally make Mom shut up. I called my driver to bring the car around, and as Mom's caretaker helped her in, Adam loaded her wheelchair in the trunk and turned to me.
So, do you have a shady boyfriend with weird tattoos?
Ugh, of course I don't.
Great. In that case, would you like to go out with me sometime?
Seriously? You want to ask me out after all this?
It's the most alive I've felt on a Tuesday afternoon in years. Look, it seems like you have a lot on your plate, but if you ever feel like venting over coffee, let me know.
He handed me his business card before he left, and I found myself smiling all the way home. Later that evening, I couldn't find his card in my pockets. Then I remembered I'd put it in one of the grocery bags, so I went looking for it. I was sure I put that guy's card here. I saw it in the trash a while ago. The chocolate cake I brought today? Why is it in here? I threw it out. I can't stand the sight of chocolate cake. Oh, and I just remembered. I threw the card in the fireplace. Why would you do that? Just for funsies. That's it. I'm done being nice to you. You are not helpless. You know exactly what you're doing. You think you can live under my roof, eat my food, disrespect me all the time, and I'll just keep taking it? No! And since you have nowhere else to go, you will respect me, and you will follow my rules, or there will be consequences. I knew I shouldn't have snapped, but for once, she looked at me and didn't see someone she could push around. In the next few weeks, I told myself it was just tough love, that I was hard on her for her own good, like telling her not to waste her brain on useless things. Are you 6? Or too slow to handle a book without pictures? I like this stuff. A guy with laser eyes just blew up a soda machine. Yeah? Well, I like the idea of you not staying dumb forever. I snatched the comic and replaced it with a math textbook. Start with the first chapter. I'll be quizzing you. And of course, it was my job to make sure she had a good diet as well as discipline. No sugar after 8 p.m. You've got the brain of an 8-year-old. Not the metabolism. And I didn't need to praise her for every small thing, right? Even if it was her starting to walk. See that?
I'm getting better every day. Congrats. Did you want a trophy for something as basic as walking? No, just showing you I'm almost ready to run. Great. Maybe you can start off by running to a job interview. You think I can't survive without you? Please, I know you can't. But I knew I was becoming my mother, and I didn't know how to stop, or if I even wanted to. A couple of days later, I had to go into the office, and just as I got out of the car, I was surrounded by yelling reporters and flashing cameras.
Sarah, is it true your mother ran a scam through her SAT Prep Academy?
Did she bribe colleges to admit rich kids? Were you involved?
What on earth were they talking about? I managed to escape and get into the office, and I was shell-shocked when I checked the news on TV.
Allegations have surfaced against the Bright Minds Academy, accusing CEO Mary Smith and other board members of securing Ivy League seats for wealthy students by leaking SAT answers, faking achievements, and bribing university officials.
And what about her genius daughter who launched Stashtag? Are all her academic records false too? Who knows if she even built the app herself?
There were people talking about me all over social media. The whole day went by in a haze of disbelief. How could my mom's name be at the top of a scheme that helped rich parents rig the system so their kids could skip the hard work? I finally asked my secretary to release a press statement that my mother was mentally unwell after her accident and unable to give a response. Then, I slipped out from the back entrance to avoid reporters and made it home. I stood at the door, my hands trembling on the doorknob. Then, I took a deep breath and walked in. I found Mom in the living room, watching a news channel, which she immediately switched off when she spotted me. I saw the news. I swear, I didn't do anything bad. Yes, you did. But I don't remember doing anything bad. That's the whole point. You don't remember anything. I did everything you wanted. I gave up my childhood. I worked so hard to be extraordinary. And then you just went and ruined it all. Now everyone thinks I cheated too, that I'm a fraud. And you just get to forget everything so easily. How could you do this to me, Mom? I'm sorry. I promise. I'll listen to you from now on. I just don't know what I did that was so wrong. Am I a bad person? Will I go to jail? As I looked up at her scared face, I realized that I was being so unfair. The person I wanted to scream at, to demand answers from, to hate. She wasn't here anymore. And I just had to be better than her. No, you didn't do anything bad. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll take care of everything. I promise. I shared Mom's medical records publicly, and she was exempted from the trial. But her academy was dissolved, and the other board members got 2-year prison sentences. Meanwhile, I was stuck in meeting after meeting, trying to convince journalists and investors that I had nothing to do with the scandal. One evening, I walked into the office parking lot and noticed the lights were mostly out. Just as I got close to my car, I spotted a shadowy figure leaning against it, holding something long in his hand. Without another thought, I turned and bolted, and I heard him follow me.
Hey, wait a minute!
I reached into my bag, turned around, and pepper sprayed the man in the face. He stumbled and fell to the ground. And just then, the lights came back on.
Ow, my eyes! Oh, my eyes!
Oh my God, Adam? Why were you lurking in the dark like that?
It wasn't dark when I got here.
I thought you had a weapon. Now I see it's just a baguette. Did you get it for me?
No, I bought it for my breakfast. Can you focus on maybe helping me?
I pulled out my water bottle so he could wash his eyes.
You never called, and I should have taken the hint, but no, I had to come and get maced in the face.
My mom threw the card away, so I couldn't call you.
I saw the news, and I reached out to your office many times, but your secretary never got back. I'm a PR specialist, and I wanted to offer my services if you need them, or just my support if you need that. I'm sure things have been pretty rough.
Thank you. Let's talk over dinner. I hired Adam, and he started helping me clean up my image. On his suggestion, we got my university professor to do a public interview, backing my claim that Stash Tag was my original idea for a class project. Slowly, the frenzy died, and people moved on to juicier gossip. Adam and I got close in the process, and with him around, things didn't feel like they were always about to fall apart. Mom had been good lately. She was treating me well and helping around the house, and one evening, she even surprised me with a small tea party, for which she'd ordered cakes online, a chocolate one for me, and vanilla for herself. So, what's your deal with chocolate cake? Why do you hate it? After my parents' accident, I had to live with my aunt, and I hated it there, so I acted out a lot. Auntie always said chocolate cake was only for special kids with good manners, which was never me. Every birthday, my cousins got this big chocolate cake with candles and frosting, and I never did. So I started saying I hated chocolate cake. Like, if I couldn't have it, I'd pretend I didn't want it. And then, I guess I started hating it for real. I felt a lump in my throat. She'd never given me details of her childhood before, and I'd never asked. How about you try it now and see how you feel? Mom stared at it uncertainly, then took a small bite. She seemed surprised by her own reaction, and blinked hard, like she was trying not to cry. It's really good. Yeah? How about you and I go to Paris and try the world's best chocolate cakes? I think we both deserve some fun. Maybe my mom didn't know how to love better, because no one had ever loved her right. Maybe the wrong things she'd done came from always being in survival mode and never feeling safe enough. And choosing to forgive her and being different from her, maybe that was the smartest thing I would ever do. Because letting go of your anger takes real strength and wisdom.
Breathe, little nerd, you'll be just fine. Even Einstein failed a quiz one time. Try to get a life, try to be cool. It's not life and death, it's just high school.
Hey there, I'm Natalia, and I just moved from Moscow to LA to live with my grandma while my parents are still in Russia. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Imagine being a young girl from Russia, starting 3rd grade in an American elementary school without your parents by your side. That's me. My parents sent me to live with grandma, and they said they would come when they got the opportunity. Fitting in at this American school wasn't easy, especially the language barriers. They can lead to some hilarious misunderstandings. One time I said, "Excuse me, can anyone tell me where the strawberry is, please? Are you trying to find a fruit or a place to read?" I meant the library. "Excuse me, can I borrow a racer, please?" "Sure, Natalia. Do you want a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?" "Oh, I meant an eraser. Excuse me, can I have a sheet of paper, please?" "I have a cow of paper. Would that work?" "Hey guys, cut it out. She's new here and learning the language. We all make mistakes, right? Here you go, Natalia. Here's a sheet of paper." I don't know why, but I just hugged Jake and mumbled a thank you. The whole class laughed even louder. "When are you guys getting married?" Jake just smiled and shrugged off the teasing. Over the next few weeks, my friendship with Jake grew stronger. He became my go-to person for navigating both the school and the English language. We'd sit together at lunch, share stories about our families, and even work on homework together. One afternoon, after school, Jake invited me to his family's small flower shop. Jake's mom warmly welcomed me and offered me a cup of hot chocolate. As we explored the shop, Jake asked me about my favorite flowers, and I told him about the beautiful jasmine that grew outside my home in Russia. To my surprise, he found a small jasmine plant tucked away in the corner. "Here, Natalia, I'd like you to have this jasmine plant. It's not much, but maybe it'll help you feel more at home." I couldn't help but smile. It was a sweet moment that strengthened our friendship and also made me feel more connected to my new home. I envied Jake for having such a lovely family, and I missed mine so much. Once in the 7th grade, my grandma fell ill and had to be admitted to the hospital. The doctor said said it would be about a week before she could return home. With no other family nearby, I felt lost and worried. But when Jake's mom heard about my situation, she kindly invited me to stay with them at their place till Grandma was out of the hospital, and I gladly accepted. Jake had been telling me that his dad was the sweetest, but that was far from the truth. His dad was a very moody man. Some days, he'd be yelling at his mom and having fights with Jake and his siblings, but some other days, he was just a cool, cheerful, annoying dad. While I stayed in their house, I took Jake's bed and Jake slept on the couch. One night, Jake's dad burst in yelling, "Jake, time for a little wake-up prank." With that, he splashed a bucket of water onto the bed, soaking me completely. Startled, I gasped and sat up. He immediately realized his mistake and his face turned red.
"Oh, Natalia, I am so sorry. I thought Jake was in here. Are you okay?"
But just then, Jake came in looking super angry. He pushed his dad away.
"Can you just behave normally? Like a normal dad? It's not always the right time to joke or prank. You're the most..."
"It's okay. He was joking."
"Stay out of it, Natalia. My dad is crazy. I don't know why he's here instead of being in a mental asylum."
Suddenly, his dad started crying like a little boy. It was so loud that he woke everyone up. This was crazy. But what happened in the morning was crazier. When Jake's dad saw me, he started yelling at me and threatening me for shouting at him yesterday. "No, sir, it wasn't me."
"Shut up. Just leave my house."
Jake held my hand and took me out. He started apologizing and told me that his dad had some issues and he was very ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Jake. Some parents just love their children in their own way. The important thing is to understand them and respect them.
Respect a crazy psycho like him? Easy for you to say. You're lucky your parents don't even care enough to come for you. Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
It's okay. Let's go to school. We're late. After that incident, Jake became a bit distant with me. It was as if he felt ashamed that I knew about his family secret. I wanted to talk it out with him, but then summer break started and life got hectic when my family came to visit. My parents and younger sister Sasha, who's 2 years younger than me, flew in from Russia. Sasha was a true people pleaser. She was always willing to go above and beyond to make others happy, even if it meant sacrificing something personal. One night, she and I went out to explore the city. We stumbled upon a street musician playing a dope tune, and Sasha started clapping like crazy. But then the musician just stopped and yelled at her.
"Yo, your clapping just wrecked my jam. What's the deal?"
"Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your performance. Let me make it up to you."
She quickly grabbed some cash from her pocket and dropped it into the musician's hat.
"Here, I hope this helps. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Okay, fine. Just take all my money. Here, please smile."
I stopped her and took the money back from the musician's hat. In fact, I took everything, and we both ran like crazy. I mean, I didn't take all the money, but he started it by being a rude person. When we got back home, I started yelling at Sasha. "Can you stop being such a fool? Just be okay with making people upset, especially those who deserve your anger. Sasha, my sister, I love you. That's why I'm insulting you. Please listen to me." Just then, Mom barged in.
Lucky for her, she has her entire life to listen to you. We're going back to Russia next week, and Sasha's going to stay with you and Grandma. We're coming to live here as soon as we can, honey.
On the first day at school after summer break, Sasha was super excited to join me. As we walked through the hallways, I introduced her to my friends, and soon enough, we bumped into Jake.
"Hey, Sasha, nice to meet you. Your sister's told me a lot about you."
"Oh, really? I hope it's all good stuff. Because, sometimes I can be a disappointment. And I'm not saying this because I'm nervous or anything, but I mean, in general, I am a disappointment."
Just then, the principal walked in, tripping on her own shoelace and accidentally dropping a stack of papers. Sasha immediately rushed to help her.
"Oh, looks like school's off to a flying start, huh?"
The principal laughed at her joke, and everyone around joined in. I liked that side of Sasha. She's kind and always rushes to help. I could see in Jake's eyes that he was also impressed. Maybe also because Sasha was prettier and taller than me. Maybe now he'd like her and something romantic would happen between them. That didn't bother me, right? Jake is only my friend.
"I think you need to go stop your sister. She's giving away all her school supplies to some girls."
Oh, God. Things between me and Jake started to go back to normal, and the three of us spent a lot of time together. And Jake even started coming more often to our home. He almost felt like a family member. One day, Grandma fell ill again, and we were very worried about her. To make us feel better, Jake offered to stay next to Grandma all night, especially since Sasha and I had exams the next day and needed to sleep well. I think maybe he'd also take any chance to spend time away from his dad. During the night, I heard some loud noises. I woke up and didn't find Sasha next to me. I rushed downstairs to find a group of shady-looking boys about to leave the house with Sasha, who seemed unsure and anxious. "Sasha, what are you doing?" Hearing my scream, Jake dashed downstairs.
"Hey, let her go."
Jake threw a punch at one of the boys, making him stumble back.
"Get Get out of here and don't come back.
The boys realized they were no match for Jake and scrambled out of the house. I turned to Sasha, feeling confused and shaken. Sasha, what just happened? Why were those guys here? Please don't be mad. They said they needed me to help them with their science project, and they were scared that someone would see them and tell the teacher that's why they wanted to work at night. I just couldn't say no. Are you stupid? God knows what they wanted from you at this late hour. This is not about pleasing people. This is just pure stupidity, Sasha. She started crying, and Jake patted her back and winked at me to stop.
Hey, Sasha is smart, and I'm sure she won't do this again. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, Natalia, would you be my girlfriend?
What? What a weird timing.
No, it's perfect. I feel like I'm the man of the house. You know, just saved a damsel in distress. So what do you think?
I think I want to be your girlfriend. And with that, I kissed him. We started dating, and Sasha got stronger, and Grandma felt better. Life seemed good and peaceful. Jake was the perfect boyfriend, sweet and protective, and I loved him so much. I couldn't imagine my life without him. Years went by, and we both graduated high school and went to the same college. We lived together until we graduated college, and it was the best time of my life. Then Jake proposed, and I said yes. On my wedding day, everything was perfect, and I was the happiest. Just as I was about to put on my dress, Sasha came into the room, her face filled with worry and fear. Natalia, I need to tell you something important about Jake. I've been keeping this secret for years, but I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth.
What are you talking about, Sasha?
Do you remember that night when those shady boys came to our house? They were actually Jake's friends. He promised them a girl they could take to a dance club with them, and he convinced me to do it, saying he'd always protect us. He threatened me, saying that if I told you, he'd hurt me. I was young and terrified, but now I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth. He's gonna be your husband and the father of your kids.
No, you're lying. Jake would never do something like that. Maybe you're just jealous and trying to ruin my happiness. Why did you wait all these years to tell me?
I was scared, and I didn't want to hurt you, but I can't let you marry him knowing what he did. Please, believe me, Natalia.
Leave, now. You're not invited to my wedding anymore.
Soon after the wedding, we left for our honeymoon, but it was cut short when we received a phone call that Jake's mom had been in an accident. We rushed back to see his parents, who we hadn't visited much since graduating high school. Jake had mainly kept in touch with his mom through phone calls and social media. At the hospital, Jake went into his mom's room while I sat in the waiting area. His dad, who was sitting beside me, started to berate Jake.
You know, my son is a heartless jerk. You never should have trusted him. You made a mistake marrying him.
Just then, Jake walked in and heard his dad's words.
Shut up, Dad. You have no right to talk about me like that. I'm ashamed that you're my son. You never stood by my side. You were born a jerk, and I bet you're cheating on your wife.
Jake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed my hand and we left the waiting room together. I could see the pain in his eyes, and I chose to believe in the man I knew and loved, pushing away any doubts starting to creep in. A week later, we both returned to work. Jake left the house earlier than me, accidentally leaving his personal laptop open. On an impulse, I started going through his social media and stumbled upon his Instagram account, where I discovered he was chatting with several girls. Some of them were even sending him their pictures, to which he responded with compliments like gorgeous. I couldn't believe my eyes, and anger surged through me. But the next moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. Despite everything, he had chosen me in the end. I began rationalizing his behavior, thinking maybe he'd grown bored of being with just one woman for so many years, and that somehow made it acceptable. I started to blame myself, thinking maybe I'd been too busy with my studies, work, and life in general. In that moment, I made a promise to myself to become a better wife and to give Jake the attention he needed. Days went by, and I did everything to become a better partner to Jake. I even decided to become a stay-at-home wife, dedicating my life to our marriage. I also made up my mind to get pregnant, even though Jake had suggested waiting for 2 more years. I thought a baby would solve all our problems. Eventually, I got pregnant. I planned a romantic surprise dinner to share the news with Jake. When I finally told him, he snapped.
What? Are you serious? We agreed to wait 2 years. I don't want kids right now.
I thought it would be a good surprise, and it might bring us even closer.
Look, I'm sorry for reacting like that. It caught me off guard. I didn't mean to upset you.
Still horrified by his outburst, I told him I'd be sleeping on the couch that night.
I said I'm sorry, but if that's what you want, then fine.
The next morning, I apologized to Jake for my mistake and asked for his forgiveness because my reaction was exaggerated. He simply said, "I forgive you." Weeks went by, and it seemed like my plan didn't work, as I could still see Jake smiling at his phone, and I started getting depressed. One day, while pregnant and cleaning the house alone, I slipped. I called Jake multiple times, but he didn't answer. I had no choice but to call Sasha, who rushed me to the hospital. After the doctors examined me and said everything was okay, Sasha came to me. "Hey, I'm glad you're okay, and so is the baby. Jake is on his way. I'm gonna talk to him outside your room. Please, pretend you're asleep and just watch." Soon enough, Jake arrived and met Sasha in the waiting room where I could see them, but he couldn't see that I was watching. He held Sasha's hands and touched her cheek in gratitude. I was stunned. Then Jake entered my room and kissed my forehead while I pretended to be asleep. As he leaned down, I grabbed the vase next to me and hit him on the head. "I've had enough of you, Jake. Just leave me and the baby alone. She's been hitting on me since forever." I sent him a message an hour ago telling him I agreed to be his girlfriend, and the rest you saw, Natalia.
Don't listen to her. She's lying.
Shut up, you lying jerk. Your dad was right about you, you heartless snake. I choose to believe my sister, to believe my own eyes, and what I saw on your laptop. I'm such an idiot for putting you first, but I know better now. I come first. I'm an amazing woman, and I deserve better. Just get lost, or I'll start screaming until security takes you out. Go to hell, Jake.
You're such a witch, a stupid immigrant that I felt sorry for and took care of. And this is how you repay me? An ungrateful monster?
He kept screaming like a madman till security guards took him away. I knew I'd never allow Jake to come back into my life again. I turned to my sister, and I hugged her tight.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I grew up in a mansion with my rich aunt Judith, who ran a successful luxury jewelry brand. After having her daughter Riri, she couldn't have any more children, so she adopted me as a baby. My aunt loved to spoil me, but deep down I always wondered if it was because she truly cared or because she felt sorry for me. When I was 5, I won a singing competition, and she gifted me a massive dollhouse. I was happy the entire day, until my cousin Riri ruined it. She was 3 years older than me, taller, prettier, and meaner. She had everything, but somehow my very existence offended her.
Seriously? She gets a castle for singing a stupid song? Meanwhile, I asked for a bathtub filled with melted chocolate, and you said no.
Riri, first you wanted a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments, then a tiara for your dog, and now a chocolate bathtub? And I told you, she's special. Be smart like her and ask for something reasonable.
First of all, a voice-activated mirror that only gives compliments is actually a brilliant idea, especially at my age. It helps me build confidence, which is what you need to be successful. But of course you wouldn't see that, just like you somehow think a song from your little charity case is castle-worthy.
The words stung, but I pretended they didn't. My aunt always told me to ignore her, but it was hard when she made it her life's mission to make me feel small. I used to always ask about my mom. I only had one picture of her holding me, and I kept it with me everywhere I went, folded, worn, and almost falling apart. When I got older, things only got worse. By 5th grade, I had stopped growing. At 4'11", I was the shortest kid in school, and people noticed, not in a good way. Sometimes it made me so frustrated that I avoided everyone and spent time alone. My aunt would check on me, but I didn't want to burden her any more than I already did. It was enough that she had Riri as a crazy daughter.
You're like my daughter, Isabel. You can tell me anything.
Like. She said like her daughter. I knew she meant well, but somehow that one little word stuck with me. One time, our school took us to an amusement park. I was sitting alone when the new girl Daphne walked up to me. She was tall, confident, and way too friendly for my liking.
Why are you just sitting here like a statue? Come on, it's a field trip. Act like it.
Thanks for the motivational speech. Now get to the point.
Jeez, someone's cranky. I'm just asking if you want to go on a ride with me. I don't feel like going alone.
We got in line, and I was nervous but excited until the ride attendant stopped us.
Sorry, kid, you don't meet the height requirement. Maybe get your mommy to ride with you.
I wanted to disappear.
She's with me. I'm her older sister, and I'll make sure she's safe.
The attendant gave us a look, then shrugged and let us in. Seriously? This is your brilliant plan?
You're welcome, short stack.
From that day on, Daphne and I grew closer. We became BFFs, and it was amazing having her around, especially with Riri constantly making my life miserable. One day, when I was in the 7th grade, I got accepted into an elite summer camp for free because of my high grades. My aunt was so proud, she bought me a new car.
Why would you buy her a car she can't even drive? And even if she could, she'd never reach the steering wheel.
Aunt bought me the car for the driver to pick me up in it. Not my fault you're only good at failing and bullying.
How dare you! I'll catch you and sit on you.
Riri charged at me, but I spun away effortlessly, landing in a perfect stance on the other side of the room.
Oh dear, how many talents do you have?
Aunt Judith immediately enrolled me in a gymnastics team, and soon I became the best one there. And with every perfect landing, every gold medal, I hoped maybe this would make her love me even more.
Your mom also used to be a gymnast.
Hearing that made me feel closer to her. And from that moment, I loved gymnastics even more. But all this gymnastic thing only made Riri even more jealous. Instead of improving herself, Riri just got worse. She started sneaking out, wasting money on useless things, and hanging out with shallow friends. One night, Aunt Judith got a phone call from the police station. They had arrested Riri after she and her friends vandalized the principal's house and threw eggs at all the neighborhood cars. Aunt had to pay a hefty fine and cover the damages to get Riri out of trouble.
Oh, why can't you be a normal child?
Oh, you mean like Isabel? The perfect little angel who never talks back, never does anything wrong? Why don't you just adopt her and finally get rid of me?
Hey, don't talk to Auntie like that. She loves you. You just refuse to act like a daughter.
Shut up! No one's talking to you. This is between me and my mother, you charity case!
That's enough, Riri. I have given you enough chances, and you've always disappointed me.
And what about you? You got her home and forgot about me. I'm done being a second fiddle in my own house. I'm going to that fancy boarding school in France. Go ahead, let Isabel call you Mommy instead.
Aunt and Riri had a huge fight, and after a few days, Riri left for boarding school in France. I knew Aunt loved me, but I also knew no matter what, she would always love Riri more. And that was okay. Riri was her real daughter after all. Aunt tried to hide her sadness, but it was clear she wasn't happy that Riri left. I guess this is what they mean when they say a parent's love is unconditional, even when their child doesn't deserve it. At least I had Daphne around, but things at her house weren't great. Her dad was unemployed, yet he'd go missing for days and then come back like nothing happened. Her mom worked 2 jobs just to make ends meet.
You know what annoys me? Not just that my dad is a useless human being, but also a liar. He keeps bragging about having another family. We know it's all nonsense, but it still hurts. I just wish Mom would finally stand up to him and leave him for good. She's incredible and doesn't need him.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow, that's all you've got? You're terrible at this, you know that?
Hey, I've told you 100 times already, and here I am saying it for the 101st time. Just come live with me. Aunt Judith already agreed. She likes you and thinks you're a good kid.
She'd think anyone is a good kid compared to the airhead she gave birth to.
One day, when I was in 9th grade, my aunt told me she had to go on a business trip for an entire month. I tried to convince her to stay, but she wouldn't change her mind.
Isabel, this is a huge opportunity for me. I can't miss it. Besides, you're a responsible kid. You can have Daphne stay over, and I'm sure you two will have the best time.
That night, I slept next to Aunt Judith because I knew I was going to miss her a lot. A few days later, Daphne came to stay with me. One afternoon, while we were chilling in the living room, someone knocked on the door. I opened it and saw a beggar standing there. She had a scarf wrapped around her and wore oversized sunglasses. But something about her felt weirdly familiar.
Oh, dear. God gave you a big mansion, not because you necessarily work harder than everyone else, but because luck was given to you. Keep passing on His goodness, and He will give you more. A few coins is all I ask to feed my children.
Yeah, sure. Wait here.
Would you be a dear and let me in? I've been walking since morning. Just a moment of rest, and that's all I ask. I won't forget this favor. I'll keep you in my prayers, always.
I didn't see the harm, so I let her in. Halfway up the stairs, I suddenly remembered I'd left my purse downstairs. I turned back, and there she was, standing by the entryway, grabbing a crystal diamond decoration off the side table and shoving it into her bag. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing my shout, Daphne rushed out from the living room and grabbed the woman's wrist, stopping her mid-motion. I ran down and yanked off her sunglasses and scarf.
Mom?
I can explain. I didn't know this was your friend's house. I swear.
But still! Mom, you're a thief! How could do this?
I'm not a thief. I ask rich people for help. And sometimes I take a little. So what? They won't even notice.
Oh my God. Is this your side job? Or is this the whole job? Begging and stealing?
How else am I supposed to feed you? Pay for your bills? You think that useless, worthless father of yours is gonna do it?
They started arguing, Daphne freaking out, her mom making excuses like it wasn't a big deal. Enough! They both turned to me. Just go. I'll talk to my aunt and see how we can help. Daphne's mom scoffed, grabbed her bag, and stormed out.
You don't have to do anything for us. I'll leave for now.
Then she was gone. That night she sent me a message. Things at home are chaotic. I'll talk to you in a few days. I didn't see her for days. I understood her, though. I would never have judged her. I didn't want to pressure her, so I gave her space. At least I still had my aunt, and I was FaceTiming her almost every night. But one night, no matter how many times I called, she didn't answer. I remembered her assistant's number, so I called. She told me they had been searching for my aunt since that morning when she left on her private jet for a short domestic flight. They had lost all contact with the crew and suspected that something had gone wrong. My heart dropped. I kept praying for her safety, but a familiar fear crept in. The same hollow, aching feeling I barely remembered from when my mom was gone. Except this time, I was old enough to understand the weight of it. The next day, I heard the doorbell ring.
Miss me, cousin?
Riri had just moved back into the mansion like before. But what about your school?
It's my last year, and I wasn't feeling like finishing it. Also, I heard about Mom, so I came to be by your side, cousin.
How did you hear about Aunt Judith?
In case you forgot, I am her daughter. We talk. And her assistant told me the same thing she told you, so I immediately booked a flight and came here. Oh, by the way, I brought a guest. I hope he doesn't bother you. But if he does, well, I don't care. This is my mansion. This is my home.
Just then, her guest stepped inside, and I couldn't help but notice how familiar he looked. Is he your boyfriend?
On trial. I haven't made up my mind yet. He's my classmate, but he's a cutie, right? On a scale of 10? Solid 9, yeah?
I looked closer at him. My stomach dropped. The resemblance was unreal. He looked just like Daphne. His name was Nathan. Riri kept insisting that he and I were strictly forbidden from interacting with each other.
Never talk to him.
What if he is, I don't know, coughing and about to die?
If he's dying, you call me. Riri, an emergency! But if he's just coughing and clearly just needs a glass of water, then you call me, Riri, an emergency! See the difference? First one is Riri. Second one is Riri. Got it? Or do I need to write it down for you?
What's it like going through life without a single working brain cell?
Say that again.
Let me simplify it for you. You are stew. Before I could finish, Riri lunged at me. I started kicking her, but she knocked me down and sat on top of me, pinning me in place.
God, I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Jeez, when did you get this fat? No wonder you wanted a bathtub full of chocolate. You were planning to drink it. I shouted for the maids and shoved Riri so hard that she stumbled back, knocking over her boyfriend, who apparently had been about to pull her off me. He winced in pain, then she smacked his neck.
Man up! Instead of defending me, you just stood there like an idiot watching.
No, he didn't just stand there. He tried to help me. He was pulling you off.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He already likes me. Nathan opened his mouth to speak.
Shh! Is that your mouth moving? You don't talk, you don't breathe, you don't blink unless I give you permission.
Then she grabbed his hand and dragged him upstairs. What is she hiding this time? For the next few days, Riri treated Nathan like her personal assistant. He carried her bags, brought her breakfast, and basically followed her around like a lost puppy. I tried to corner him multiple times, but he always ignored me. Until one day he was struggling to balance a ridiculous tower of whipped cream, marshmallows, and a giant stack of pancakes in one hand, while clutching a bunch of papers in the other. He nearly lost his footing. I quickly stepped in, grabbing some of the toppling food just in time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nathan. I'm here if you need anything.
And I'm here if you need a punch in the face, cousin.
As Nathan walked away, a piece of paper slipped from his hand and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up. It was a card with his face on it, the words written in big fancy letters. Happy 18, dear. Wait, 18? How could he be in Riri's class if he was already an adult? The place felt suffocating, so I decided to visit Daphne for a change. But as I got closer to the door, I heard shouting and screams. I rang the bell, and Daphne opened it without a care in the world.
Oh, cool. Perfect timing. Come, enjoy the show.
Inside, her mom was swinging a kitchen spoon wildly, while her dad sat on the couch, calmly playing on Daphne's iPad, the one she had won in her school's science competition.
You spent my last $20 on a lottery ticket? I was supposed to buy dinner!
It's called investing. You don't get rich without taking risks. And when I do, I'm moving in with my other family.
She swung the spoon at his head, but he ducked just in time. The spoon smacked the lamp instead.
She's always aiming for the head, but his survival instincts are getting too good.
Why don't you go steal some money, woman? Make yourself useful.
I'm gonna steal your kidney in your sleep.
All right, it's getting too graphic. Let's go to the park.
As we walked out, I couldn't help but think about how messed up everything was. Not just Daphne's family, but mine too. And all I wanted was to be hugged, whether by my aunt or my mom. Just someone who felt like home. Days turned into weeks, and I kept trying to contact Aunt Judith, but there was still no sign of her. With each passing day, the silence grew heavier, and hopelessness started to sink in. A few days later, Riri decided to throw a party, despite my constant arguing. Your mom is still missing. How could you even think about throwing a party?
I would throw a party or even run for the presidency if I wanted. That's none of your business, Shorty.
I knew there was no point in arguing with her, so I decided to use this to my advantage. Maybe I could get Daphne to come and meet Nathan. Plus, we could wear costumes. 1, to embarrass Riri, and 2, to get Daphne involved in helping me figure out who Nathan really was without Riri finding out. On the night of the party, Daphne and I walked in dressed as Riri's biggest failed dreams. I wore a bathtub costume, covered head to toe in fake dripping chocolate. On the front, a golden nameplate read, Riri's Royal Spa, where luxury meets chocolate. Daphne, on the other hand, had a giant cardboard mirror strapped to her chest that read, You are beautiful, Riri, every time she pressed a button. The room went silent for a moment. Then, boom, everyone burst out laughing. Riri stormed toward us, eyes flaring.
Isabel, what do you think you're doing? I know this is you from your height. You look like an elf-sized jacuzzi.
Then she turned to Daphne and smacked the button on Daphne's mirror.
Okay, this can stay. Maids! Catch that infant-sized hot tub and throw her away!
Next thing I knew, I was sitting in my room watching the party from the window when I spotted Daphne moving toward Nathan. She stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly froze. Her whole body tensed. Then without hesitation, she whipped around and bolted toward me.
Not so fast.
Before Daphne could make it out, Riri grabbed her by the arm.
We're making a line. Everyone gets a turn to press your button. I want to reinforce the saying that I'm very beautiful until it becomes an absolute truth.
By the time Daphne finally broke free, half an hour had passed. She burst into my room gasping like she had just run a marathon.
He just looks like a lost brother.
Then maybe he is? Didn't your father always say he had another family? We spent the next hour throwing out every possibility, debating whether this was just a coincidence or something bigger. You know, I always thought Riri was just jealous and angry at me, but when Aunt went missing, I really believed, just for a second, that maybe she'd understand what it's like to live without a mom.
And then?
And then she threw a party. We were so caught up in conversation that we lost track of time until we heard voices downstairs. We rushed over and peeked from an angle where they couldn't see us. The party was over, and for the first time, Riri and Nathan were arguing.
How could you spill juice on the most important guest tonight? She's a modeling agent, and I invited her to impress her.
I'm sorry, Riri. I didn't mean to.
Oh, great! And what exactly will your sorry fix now? She's never going to pick me.
She was never going to pick you anyway.
What did you just say?
Nothing.
No. Say that again, you worthless idiot piece of dirt.
Before she could finish, Nathan suddenly shoved her, like even he didn't realize he was going to. She stumbled back, looking stunned.
How dare you!
She lunged at him, running, but tripped on the carpet and passed out. We ran down to her and called 911. Nathan looked shaken, his hands trembling.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We reached the hospital and Riri was immediately taken into the ICU. Nathan and I were waiting outside when this gum-chewing redhead nurse walked over. How is she?
She's stable.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, I didn't think you'd take the news so well. You're tough for such a tiny person.
What do you mean? You said she's stable.
Yes, like not getting any worse.
So she's getting better?
Oh no, not at all. Relax. I just mean she's not worse. She's exactly the same, unmoving, frozen in time like a statue.
God, can we just go in and see her?
Yeah, sure. Especially since it'll be the last time.
What?
The last time she's out cold.
Stop talking riddles and tell me if she's gonna be okay.
Well, I'm afraid I've tried everything I could.
Let her continue.
And now the best doctor in the hospital is in the room looking after your sister, so yeah, she'll be okay.
I wanted to rip off the nurse's head, but thankfully Riri woke up and we all rushed inside.
Someone pushed me. Someone wanted to kill me.
Whoa, no one was trying to push her. The annoying nurse was fussing over her, clearly impressed by the wealth and wasting no time kissing up to her.
Well, looking at her injury, it does seem like someone really wanted to hurt her. The shock in her eyes, this is classic post-traumatic stress. She's clearly in distress. The human mind reacts unpredictably to such violent events.
Oh, so now you're a therapist too?
Someone wanted me dead. Catch them!
Riri slowly raised her arm and pointed straight at Nathan. Before I could even think, I stepped in front of him. I did it.
Obviously. Who else would be that pathetic?
Well, that's a surprise confession, and a short one.
Nathan looked relieved, but I also caught him glancing at Daphne, his eyes scanning her carefully. The nurse called the police and they questioned me, but in the end, they just gave me a warning and left. For the next few days, I just avoided Riri and her boyfriend. But things with my aunt were not getting any better. I wanted to do something, so I kept visiting the police station. But they told me there was nothing else to do and that all search attempts had stopped. Then I had enough. I decided to attract media attention and start doing interviews. People began noticing my aunt's case, and some even joined me in peaceful protests. Daphne was right there by my side. But Riri, she never tried to help or even fake being concerned. She continued partying and wasting money left and right. One day, after finishing my TV interview, I went upstairs to lie down when I ran into Nathan on the way. He kept his head down, only glancing up when he got closer.
Psst! I never got the chance to thank you the other day. Why did you cover for me?
I just had a feeling I should. Who even are you?
I just can't say yet.
Are you related to Daphne? He paused, nodded once, then walked away without another word. I thought about contacting Daphne and telling her, but I decided to wait a bit longer. Maybe she would tell her mom, and her mom was always unpredictable. I figured it was time to get back to practicing gymnastics. I had stopped ever since Aunt Judith went missing, and now felt like the right time for a distraction. Sometimes healing comes from doing what you love, especially when I imagined my mom watching me, proud and smiling. I pushed myself a little too hard in practice and ended up hurting my leg. The doctor told me I needed to rest and avoid many activities for the next few weeks. Perfect. Just what I needed. Staying at home was boring, especially having to hear and see Riri's dumb fights.
Did you forget about my nail appointment? Nathan, you've been too distracted lately. I need sharp people around me, fast thinkers, geniuses. If I wanted stupidity, I'd talk to a goldfish or Isabel. So I'm doing you a favor. You're grounded until you learn how to think smarter. Don't ever leave the house.
With Riri always out partying, Nathan finally had the chance to talk to me alone. The idiot had literally given us the perfect opportunity after forbidding us from even looking at each other. How does someone get stupider this fast?
My name isn't Nathan. It's Alan. I was in Riri's class, and that's how I found out that she was from this town. So I figured if I got close to her, it would give me an excuse to come here without looking suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
Because I come from a really rich family. My mom's side, at least. My dad, though, he's a nobody. A total loser. And you already know who that is.
Daphne's dad.
Yes. I'm Daphne's stepbrother. My mom comes from a really rich background, but she fell in love with the wrong person and had me. Her father, my grandfather, never truly believed that my father existed and always saw me as a stain on the family. He never truly accepted me as his grandson and gave all his inheritance to my cousins instead. The ones with respectable fathers.
Wait, so your grandfather doesn't even know your dad is alive?
No. My mom tried her best to convince him, but without knowing where my dad was, we had no way to prove anything to my grandfather. Mom left a few years ago, and after that, there was no one left to help me uncover the truth. So I had to take matters into my own hands and search for him myself. It was only recently that I got a lead. My dad was in this town, but I couldn't come here alone. My cousins have always seen me as a threat, And if they found out that I was looking for my dad, they'd do everything in their power to stop me. If they found him first, they'd make sure I never did. I couldn't just show up without raising suspicions. So I needed a cover. That's where Riri came in. A rich, spoiled girl who wouldn't question why I was suddenly hanging around. All I had to do was play along. Pretend to be interested in her and make it seem like I was just another rich kid chasing wealth. At least, as far as my cousins were concerned. Riri, on the other hand, thinks I'm some desperate, dumb, poor kid trying to break into her world. And honestly, that worked in my favor. So I posed as her boyfriend and came here. But it's been a painful journey.
But I found out you're 18. How are you even in Riri's class?
Well, I had to retake my senior year. All the drama with my family messed me up, and I failed the first time.
I told Nathan I'd talk to Daphne, explain everything, and that we would help his dad confess he's the father. I promised to do everything I could to help him out. When Daphne and Nathan finally met, it was awkward. But eventually things worked out, and her father agreed to go with Nathan to his grandfather and confess that he was his father, on one condition.
I might do it, but maybe you need to pay me $10,000.
All right.
I meant $20,000.
All right.
Daphne's dad started coughing, clutching his chest like a dying man.
Actually, $40,000.
All right.
Daphne's dad suddenly collapsed onto the couch, wheezing like he was on his deathbed.
Oh, I see the light. What I meant to say was
$50,000, and it's over. Daphne's dad immediately sat up, miraculously healed.
Pleasure doing business with you, son.
Nathan handed over the money, and just like that, the deal was sealed. Nathan also suggested helping us find Aunt Judith.
I have a feeling Riri is hiding something.
What do you mean? I know she's stupid, but not this evil. We should search her room. That night, we waited for Riri to go out, and the three of us snuck into her room. We searched everywhere, but found nothing.
What do you think you're doing?
We spun around to see Riri standing at the door, calmly licking Nutella off a spoon.
If you're looking for something to help you find Mom, don't bother. I already did. I hired expert investigators, and they found her. Turns out she lost her memory on some island. I've been paying for her treatment. Don't worry. She's in one of the best hospitals. I just didn't feel like seeing her anytime soon.
Are you serious? We've been searching for her for months. The entire town has been helping us. Why didn't you say anything and save us all the effort and the stress? What is wrong with you?
And you were all very cute about it. Very passionate. Gold star for effort. Calm down. She's fine. I'll give you the hospital's contact, and you can deal with it from now on. I'm done. She never loved me. The only time she ever called was when I was in trouble.
Which is almost every day? She loved you unconditionally.
Shut up, Isabel. And by the way, Nathan, I know you're not poor. I'm not that dumb. But I did enjoy making you my personal servant.
And with that, she grabbed the bag she had already packed and walked out. A few days later, Aunt Judith was finally back with us. Her memory was still recovering, but after some hugs and tears, the first thing she did was pull out a worn-out picture from her pocket. It was of her, Riri, and me.
I remember you. You're Isabel, my daughter, right? Where's your older sister, Riri?
Finally, I had the beach house all to myself for an entire month. A summer of sunbathing, parties with friends, and bonfires on the beach was headed my way. I couldn't wait, and the best part, a break from my dad's annoying rules. Hi everyone, I'm Taylor, the girl who has it all. Everyone knows my name, teachers love me, and I live in the sweetest oceanside mansion on this side of the panhandle. Everything was falling into place. I'd just finished my senior year. I got accepted into my dream college, and I had a killer party planned at the end of the week.
week. Life was great, but my summer dreams shattered like a mirror when I saw a familiar face jump out of a moving truck next door. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. What is she doing here? I ducked behind the railing and peered over at a preppy-looking girl walking toward the neighboring house. Her hair clip stuck out like a sore thumb.
Whoa, that's Heather Lanigan. I haven't seen her since...
Shut up, Troy. She'll hear us. My annoying little brother almost gave us away. Thankfully, I pulled him out of sight just in time.
Weren't you guys like best friends or something? Why are you being so sketchy?
I glared at my brother and crept inside as fast as I could, watching from the tilted blinds. Heather and I went way back, but she moved away when we were 12 and took all her insane drama with her. We used to be friends until she started making my life a living nightmare. More on that later. All week, I was forced to sneak around from room to room to stay out of sight, like I was a burglar in my own house. This was not how I wanted to start my summer vacation. Before I knew it, it was the day of my party. I didn't even realize the DJ had arrived to set up his equipment until the doorbell shocked me out of my trance. The guests started showing up, and I wasn't even dressed yet. I threw on the cutest dress in my closet and raced downstairs. Oof, straight into my boyfriend, James.
Careful, babe. What's the rush?
Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. My arch nemesis moved in next door a few days ago, and I'm pretty sure she's plotting my demise.
You mean the tiny little girl on the swing over there?
Sure enough, Heather was outside swinging innocently with a lollipop in her mouth like Lord Voldemort with pigtails. I didn't buy her act for a second. Don't let her size fool you.
Okay. Should we go dance?
Yeah. The music kicked on, and I finally let my guard down. We danced and sang karaoke all night long, having an absolute blast. At one point, I looked out the window again and saw Heather, still alone on the swing set. Maybe I'd been too judgy. I was almost tempted to invite her to the party, when suddenly I heard gasps behind me.
Watch out!
I spun around and stared just as a light snapped off the railing above. James dove and pushed me out of the way just in time. When I looked back out the window, Heather was gone. I tried to act like it was no big deal. Just a little accident, everyone. No need to stop dancing. But the truth is, I was shaken up. Did Heather do this? Even if she did, I knew there was no way anyone would believe me. After all, no one did the first time she tried to ruin my life. So, about that. Growing up, Heather and I were best friends. We loved all the same things. Fashion, parties, the beach, obviously the beach. But we were also straight-A students and in all the school clubs. My dad wouldn't let me do anything without adult supervision. So I used to always drag my mom to our hang sessions because she was less strict. And Heather would bring her dad since he'd recently sold his company for like $1 billion and suddenly had a bunch of free time. Then one day, Heather's dad left. Not long after, my parents got divorced too. Heather's dad moved to Europe to start a new business, and my mom moved to the rainforest to find herself. Guessing all she found was bug bites and poor cell service. It was one more thing Heather and I had in common, except not fun like the others. But instead of bringing us closer together, Heather changed. She stopped answering my calls, started playing cruel pranks on me, and even spread a rumor at school that I peed myself. Pro tip, do not drink lemonade with white pants. Learn from my mistakes, people. One day, she started telling everyone I'd ruined her life. And when I stuck up for myself, Heather turned on the waterworks and no one believed me. I understood her being sad. I was sad too, but I couldn't understand why Heather suddenly hated me. Eventually, Heather and her mom moved away. By then, I was honestly relieved to see her go. At least I'd be safe from her pranks. And I was, for a while. But now, she's back. Over the next few weeks, my brand new car broke down. I lost my entire makeup bag in a thunderstorm, and James even started ditching me. This wasn't a coincidence. Heather was ruining my life all over again. I knew I needed proof this time, so I watched Heather like a hawk. One day, James came over to pick me up for a date and found me doing surveillance.
Babe, she hasn't said a word to you. You're being paranoid.
That's what she wants you to think.
Ooh, scary. Watch out for the big bad she-wolf.
I considered dumping my mocha latte on James's head, but decided to be mature and punch him in the arm instead. Also, this latte was way too good to waste. Mocha. I headed out, not waiting for James. I took one step off my porch when suddenly a tidal wave of bright blue paint rained down from above, covering me from head to toe. Still think I'm paranoid?
Didn't your dad have the house repainted before he left? The painters probably forgot the cans.
You live in a dream world of lies and unicorns. I quickly rinsed off and changed so we could make our reservation on time. I wasn't about to miss out on a meal at the most exclusive restaurant in town just because of the Wicked Witch of the Panhandle. When we arrived, I was so excited. But before we could even walk into the restaurant, the hostess came out and stopped us. I'm sorry, miss, but the entire restaurant has been rented out for the evening. What? We
had reservations. Someone came and offered to buy out all of the tables. It's out of my hands. I had a sneaking suspicion I knew who that someone was. Before the hostess could stop me, I barged inside and glared at the center table. There she was, seated and sipping her lemonade with that stupid, innocent smile. Oh, hey, Taylor. My uncle bought the place out for me tonight. Who knew you could do that? It was our first time being face-to-face in 6 years, and I was speechless. You know, I didn't expect to see you here. You seem more like a fast food kind of girl. But you, James, a pretty boy like you, can do better than this trash. At least this so-called trash could get a date eating all by yourself. That wiped the smirk right off her face. For a moment, I felt satisfied, until Heather flung a mound of mashed potatoes right at me. This is the second dress of mine you've ruined tonight, you little...
Okay, time to go.
Before I could slap that snarky grin off her face, James picked me up and carried me out while I screamed and kicked like a toddler. When I got home, I broke down in tears. All I wanted was to have a fun summer, and Heather had ruined everything. What had I ever done to deserve this? There was a knock at my door, and my little brother Troy came in.
Hey, you okay?
No, Heather is ruining my life again.
Have you tried talking to her? Seems like a better plan than avoiding her forever.
That gave me an idea. You're right. How can I get revenge if I'm always hiding?
I didn't say anything about revenge.
Thanks, Troy. You're a genius. Troy was right. It was time to turn the tables. The next morning, I got up bright and early and headed to Heather's favorite cafe. I had a hunch she'd show up eventually. Sure enough, soon she came in to order. I slipped a note to the barista and hid behind some rando's laptop. Shortly after, the barista put her drink on the counter. Double espresso macchiato for horseface Heather. The entire coffee shop started laughing. Heather turned beet red and then looked right at... Uh-oh. Before I could hide, Heather marched right over and dumped her iced coffee on my head. Did you really think you could hide? I could see the tacky dye job from space. I'll have you know that I'm a natural strawberry blonde. Seriously, my hair got lighter from spending so much time in the sun. It's not a dye job. Okay, so that didn't go quite the way I'd planned. I was seriously gonna have to get a new wardrobe with all the clothes Heather was ruining. Next time, I would be more stealthy. Sadly, summer was coming to an end, but the good news is my university campus was gorgeous. I fell in love in an instant. Even the presence of my arch nemesis couldn't break the spell. On the first day of classes, I had my textbooks, my planner, and a pencil with an adorable pink floofy thing at the end. I was prepared for everything. I noticed a girl was about to sit next to me. Don't even think about it. Sorry, I'm saving it for a friend. Why was I yelling at random students? I'm glad you asked. About an hour ago, I'd paid the janitor to delay Heather on her way to the classroom. That way, when she arrived to class, there would only be one seat left. Earlier that day, I'd gone to a hardware store to buy the strongest glue I could find. See where I'm going with this? Unfortunately, Heather did too. When she came in, I tried to play it cool, but I kept glancing at the chair, and Heather noticed. Then she did something truly evil. Hey, your name's Kiki, right? Would you mind taking this seat? I'm nearsighted, so I like to sit close to the front. As that girl Kiki came over to take the seat, I panicked. Pranking Heather was one thing, but embarrassing this random girl was another. She was about to sit when suddenly I shoved her out of the way and sat there myself. Sorry, I just realized my great-grandmother sat in this seat when she was my age. It's kind of a sentimental thing. You get it. She didn't get it. But whatever. At least I'd saved her from humiliation. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for myself. When it was time to leave class, I tried to stand carefully, but the glue stuck to my jeans and ripped a hole right in my butt. What's wrong? Did you pee your pants again? If I did, this would be the first time. It's hard to come up with a good comeback when there's a giant hole in your pants. All of my pranks were backfiring. Clearly, I needed to make better plans. So this time, I did. I spent all week preparing for the most epic prank ever. I gathered 6 chickens, 25 jars of honey, glitter, and a human-sized net. Don't ask. Then I hid in a bush with my binoculars and waited for Heather to get home.
I see you decided to be mature and talk things out.
Exactly. Thanks, Troy. I am mature. Troy rolled his eyes and went inside. A little while later, I saw headlights approaching, and Heather pulled into the driveway. Everything was ready. Heather was finally going to get a taste of her own medicine. But when she got out of the car, she was on the phone, and I noticed she was crying.
You obviously don't care at all. You would have come back by now if you did. Forget it.
My hand hesitated on the rope. Heather was in position. All I had to do was pull, and she'd be coughing feathers and glitter for a week. Instead, I approached her. Are you okay? Why do you care? Well, I don't know if you remember, but we used to be friends. Before you ruined my life, you mean? Oh my God, Heather, I have no idea what your problem is with me. We were besties, and then one day you decided to turn me into a boogeyman for no reason. Whatever it is, get over it. I'll never get over it. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. You'll never know a moment's peace until I have my revenge. Wow, she really was insane. Stripes and polka dots? Also, the whole evil villain speech, that was weird too. Good luck with world domination or whatever, crazy pants. I started to walk away when suddenly I tripped and pulled on the rope to catch my fall. In an instant, I was hit with a cascade of feathers, honey, and glitter. Heather laughed when suddenly the net fell and snatched her up into the air. We both looked totally ridiculous, but at least the prank was a partial success. Was it just me, or was that a smile on Heather's face? Smile or not, Heather had told me she wasn't gonna let this go. I needed to be ready. A few weeks went by with nothing happening. I knew Heather was trying to lure me into a false sense of security. She must be planning something big. There was a big fall festival coming up. Even though I was a total summer girl, I loved the changing leaves, crisp autumn air, and pumpkin candles. I couldn't wait for the festival, and that's why I knew Heather would make her move there to ruin it for me. The day of the festival, I was on high alert.
Babe, why do you keep checking your makeup? You look great.
I'm not checking my makeup. I'm watching my 6. Then I saw her, hiding behind the donut stand.
That's it. I've put up with your stupid little games all summer, and clearly you're not growing up anytime soon. I'm breaking up with you. Also, I lied. Your makeup doesn't look great.
You take that back.
Have fun being at the festival all alone, loser.
Hey, pretty boy. James and I turned at the same time. Suddenly, Heather dumped her pumpkin spice latte on his head. He was about to scream when I took my candy apple and jammed it into his mouth. There, definitely an improvement. Agreed. James stalked off furiously, and Heather and I laughed. You stuck up for me. Well, we did used to be friends. Heather, I'm not lying. I really don't know why you started hating me. You really don't? You set your mom up with my dad. He left my mom and moved to the rainforest with your mom. I was shocked. Heather, I didn't even know they were together. I thought your dad was in Europe. And why would you think I set them up? You used to always bring your mom to our play dates and then leave her alone with my dad because she was less strict than my dad. I wasn't playing matchmaker. I was 11. To my surprise, Heather hugged me. I'm sorry. Listen, your brother came to me last night with tears in his eyes. He begged me to stop. I enjoyed it, but yeah, he was sad. He what? Listen, he's right. I never should have blamed you. It was so hard, and I guess focusing all my sadness and anger on you was easier than dealing with my broken family. I know you had your own struggles too, and I'm sorry if I made things worse. I missed you. I missed you too. I have to go and kill my brother, so come here. What do you say we focus on a couple of those cinnamon donuts?
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity-flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Ow. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply. But I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still, no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi. Long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old.
think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway,
I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute, then yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fat still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then, boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, bawling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today?
I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday.
Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella. David, Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey, lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh, God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee, too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No,
I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Gimme it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So, yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kind of friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh, wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair. So no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab. But then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my God. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. but I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee, and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need, and I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind me, and I gasped. The tent was glowing.
It makes that sound when it's warming up. You want to put that hat back on?
Okay, then. As we stood outside the tent, I could feel my heart racing with excitement. Was this really happening?
Before we go in, you gotta remember 3 rules of time travel. Number 1, and the most important, don't change anything in the past. We have no idea what happens when we pull out a single thread in the fabric of time. It can have a butterfly effect and change many outcomes, possibly for the worse.
Aren't we going back to change something?
We already know that has a really bad outcome, so we're gonna risk it. Change nothing else, okay?
Got it.
Number 2, you can't get recognized by anyone. Tell no one who you are under any circumstances.
Done.
Number 3. Okay, I think I don't have a number 3. So just 2 important rules of time travel. Also, I gotta warn you, as we travel, you will experience nausea, headaches, dizziness, stomach cramps, palpitations, sweats, and feel like someone kicked you in the back.
Sounds like 9 months of pregnancy. Been there, done that.
Okay then. You ready?
This is insane. Yes, okay. I'm ready.
It's good to see you too, by the way. Now, 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my god, that was amazing! I feel so alive! Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf!
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey, Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo?
Oh, yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man. Can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in?
That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my god, it's Jen! Hey, yeah, I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen!
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one, too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're kind of... I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me.
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome.
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you, the best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen, we have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh, God. I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us.
Don't move. Don't breathe.
He's literally staring at us.
I think he's sleepwalking. I used to do that. I'm not sleepwalking. Are you? Me? From the future? No. And that's older Jen. This is just a dream, Milo. You'll wake up from it soon. Well, that's disappointing. For a minute, I got excited thinking you'd come from the future to tell me time travel is possible, and Jen and I ended up together. It's not. And we didn't. Oh, okay. Good to know. Can I grab those cookies? Thanks.
And then, young Milo just walked away. Oh my God, what just happened? Do you have any memory of this encounter since you met your future self in your past?
I hadn't thought about this in years. But yeah, now I remember having this weird, vivid dream as a teenager about meeting our future selves. I thought that's all it was. A dream. This is insanely cool.
Also, let me get this straight. 17-year-old you wanted us to end up together? Milo's face flushed.
I thought you always knew I liked you, but deliberately ignored it. So I assumed you just wanted to be friends.
I suspected it sometimes, but you never said or did anything.
There was never a good time.
We only saw each other every day.
You had a crush on someone first, and then there was someone else, and then there was Alex.
Alex was the first serious relationship. The rest were just crushes, Milo. I may have even lied about one of them to get some reaction out of you.
Wait. Hold on. Back up. So that means you liked me too?
Maybe. Okay, yes. There were times when I thought we could be more than friends, but you were always so inexpressive and in your head. I never knew what you really wanted.
So this is my fault?
Looks like it. Also, is this why you disappeared from my wedding?
I really was making groundbreaking progress on my time travel work. I was totally consumed by it and didn't need any distractions. But yeah, I thought seeing you actually walk down the aisle with that dumb jock would be a bit hard.
Maybe if you said something, it would have turned out differently. Things with Alex weren't always perfect, even when it looked like they were. But I guess this is how it was meant to be. You know what? I'm exhausted. I'm gonna call it a night. The next morning, we decided just to focus on what we had to do that night to make sure the scientists' vaccine experiment didn't get messed up. Can't we go to the lab earlier today and remove the equipment so I never bump into it?
That place is guarded at all times. The only opportunity we have is what our younger selves have discovered all those years ago. There's a half-hour gap between guards changing shifts at night.
Which is also the time our younger selves will be breaking in, and we can't be seen by them.
Exactly. We can only follow them carefully and actually prevent the accident from happening at the time it happens. When you bump into the equipment, there's a 3-second window between the liquid falling from the vial and going into the beaker. We have to be hiding behind that counter already so we can stop that. I've tried it a few times, but I can never do it fast enough.
When you have 3 kids, you have superhuman reflexes. It'll be a piece of cake for me. It felt surreal as we hid in the bushes outside the warehouse, observing young Jen and Milo ahead of us, and we waited for 5 minutes before we climbed through the window they used to get in. Milo, I'm stuck. Push the window up a bit more.
It seems to be jammed. How are you stuck? I just came through this too.
I guess my butt is just bigger than yours, isn't it? Just do something. Milo pulled hard at my arms, and I finally got through and landed on him with a soft thud. We waited breathlessly for a few seconds to see if someone had heard us, then went down the passageways that led to the lab. We slipped in quietly behind young Milo and Jen, then crouched on the floor and crawled over behind the counter. What the heck is going on in this place?
I don't know. Half of this stuff has biohazard signs on it. I really think we shouldn't have come here. I told you so.
Shut up.
It's gonna happen in 10 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We counted down the seconds, my heart pounding in my ears, and the second we heard young Jen crash into the equipment, I leapt up, reached for the beaker, and pulled it away just before the liquid from the vial fell into it. And I felt a strange ripple in the air, like something major had changed.
Hey, are you okay? Look, we gotta get out of here before someone finds us.
As the two ran out, Milo and I slowly got up, my hands still shaking as they were clutching onto the beaker. I actually did it.
Oh my God, Jen. We've just averted a huge future catastrophe. Now, let's get out of here before we cause another one.
We ran out the way we'd come, climbed out the window, and saw young Jen and Milo sneaking off ahead of us. We decided to take a breath and give them a head start. But just a few minutes later, several black cars came at full speed and halted in front of the warehouse. Milo and I quickly ducked behind a bush. And then I saw something which made my heart drop. As the car doors opened, several people in lab coats and black suits stepped out, and one of them was my mom. Without even realizing, I let out a loud cry, and Milo clamped a hand over my mouth. Mom looked around sharply, and for a second, I thought she was staring right at me.
Did someone else hear that?
No. What did you hear, ma'am?
Just a strange sound. Maybe it was an animal.
As she was about to walk into the building, she suddenly turned to a bodyguard.
Search the premises to make sure we don't have any unwanted visitors. And if you find someone, you know what to do.
As the men started spreading out, Milo quietly dragged me backwards towards the fence. He lifted a plank to let us through, and then we ran as fast as we could. Milo, stop. I can't breathe. My mother. She's somehow a part of this horrible virus project? Did you know she was involved?
I swear I didn't. The last few times I went into the lab, I escaped before these cars got here. It's my first time seeing her too.
This is ridiculous. My mom was known for the best freaking apple pies in this town. That's what she was known for. How can that cold, scary person be my mom? How could she be part of creating a weapon?
I'm so sorry, Jen.
Milo hugged me tight as I sobbed into his chest. I want to go home, to my present. Can we just go now?
Yeah, I just need to get my briefcase from my house. Then we're going home.
I was still in shock as we made it back to Milo's. He told me to wait in the garden while he got his briefcase. But moments later, I saw young Jen and Milo come out of the house, and I immediately hid. I saw them walking down the driveway, but then suddenly he took my arm.
Jennifer, there's something I need to say to you.
You never call me Jennifer. This sounds serious.
It is, and it isn't. I mean, it is, but it's not that big a deal. Like, either way, I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'm cool. You get me?
Are you having a stroke?
No, I'm trying to say something here, okay? And I have to do it tonight or I'll lose courage and never say it.
I didn't remember having this conversation with Milo before, and suddenly I felt that weird ripple in the air that I'd felt in the lab, like something big was changing. You know you can say anything to me. I'm your best friend.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's the thing, actually. How long have we known each other now? 4 years, I guess. So in that time, the thing is, Jennifer, I have to confess that
What the heck?
I think I'm in...
And suddenly, I desperately started making sounds like a crow. Oh God, what is that? Sounds like a bird being murdered.
It doesn't sound like a bird from this planet.
The car is ready to drop Miss Jennifer home, sir.
I gotta go. It's late. Let me know if you find that poor, tortured creature. Young Jen left in the car, and young Milo stood there looking after her, then went back to the house with his head hanging. And I was still reeling with shock when I heard Milo behind me.
Hey, we're good to go.
I turned around and pounced on him. What did you do?
What? Why are you attacking me?
What did you do?
Ow! Get off of me and stop pulling my hair! What is the matter with you?
You did something, Milo. I know you did. I don't remember you ever coming close to telling me that you were in love with me. So why did I just witness your younger version about to say that to my younger version?
Oh, God, I didn't know he'd do it here and you'd see it.
Tell me what you did!
All right. Remember how last night you were blaming me for never having the courage to say anything? And you have been saying you have a mundane life and you wish things could have been different? So, yesterday when you went to bed, I slipped into Milo's room. I used to write notes to myself as reminders all the time, so I left a note saying that I had to tell you how I felt tonight. I just tried giving my younger self a little push, that's all.
That's all? Are you kidding me? You tried to change a major event, Milo. After all the rules of time travel and your lectures not to change a thing, you actually tried to change our destiny?
I thought that's what you wanted.
That's not what I want now. You should have said something in the past.
That's exactly what I was doing. Why are women so confusing?
No. If your past self had just told my past self how you felt, and if after that I'd decided to break up with Alex, it would have changed the rest of my timeline forever. So when I return to my present, it wouldn't even be the same present.
Would that be so bad? I thought we missed our chance and I could fix it. And it's not like things with Alex turn out great.
I have kids with Alex, and they are the best thing that ever happened to me. If Alex and I never ended up together, I would never have my kids. You almost erased them from existence.
Okay, listen. I know that sounds bad, but if the timeline changed, you would have no memory of your kids in your present. You wouldn't even have ever met them. It would all be different.
And that very thought is making me sick to the stomach. In this moment, I know they exist, and they mean everything to me, and I would choose the same life over and over again just because I got to have them. And you nearly destroyed all of that, and I will never, ever forgive you for this. Take me back home, now.
Jen, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through.
Don't talk to me. I can't even look at you. When we made it back to the present, Milo just said,
I'm sorry,
and disappeared into the night, and my heart felt heavy with anger and knowing I'd probably never see him again. I hugged my kids extra tight when I met them, and over the next few days, we all watched news of the xenovirus virus spreading like wildfire, but the government reassured the public that a vaccine would be made available as soon as the following week, and I breathed a sigh of relief knowing we'd all be safe. And soon after, I took a trip to see my dad. He had become a recluse over the years, and I'd kind of resented him because I always felt he knew the truth about why Mom left and kept it from me. Dad, don't ask me how, but I know Mom was involved in a shady government project related to the xenovirus virus. I deserve some answers. So if you know more about it, please just tell me now. And finally, he did.
I knew your mother was a government official, but her work was always confidential. The night she left us, she told me that she was part of an illegal project involving the creation of a virus as biological warfare, which had been shut down, and everyone involved in it was considered a criminal. So, she had to go on the run and leave the country immediately. I was just trying to protect you. I didn't want you to think she was a monster. Honestly, I haven't heard a word from her since.
I'm really sorry you had to carry that burden alone. I wish you'd told me.
No, I wish I had too, and we wouldn't have drifted apart.
We can still fix that, Dad. The truth about Mom was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was better to have some closure, and I got close to Dad again. I even felt more at peace with my decision to divorce Alex. Well, sort of. You know, Alex, I really am sorry that you didn't get to live your football dream. I know it meant everything to you.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it was really hard. Ow! Why did you just kick me?
That's for cheating on me. Don't even deny it. I know you did.
What? When?
Think long and hard, Alex. It'll come back to you. And try to be a better man now. And seeing my younger self just made me think about the dreams I once had. I decided to apply for PhD programs again. And yeah, it was hard studying while juggling the mom gig, but I was happier than I'd been in years. My anger at Milo faded as months passed by, and I wanted to talk, but I had no way to track him down. But then, as fate would have it, I was running after a bus one day when I bumped straight into him. Literally bumped into him.
Ow! Please don't punch me! I'm already hurting! What, is your skull made of iron?
It's not like I bumped into a feather pillow, and you made me miss my bus.
I don't think you were gonna catch that anyway. Any chance we can get coffee and talk?
Sure, but not this cafe. I'm banned from here.
Look, just let me say my piece first, okay? What I did was beyond stupid. It was so reckless even trying to alter our timelines, and no one knows that better than me. There wasn't even any guarantee that you'd have broken up with Alex and ended up with me, or that we would have lasted in a relationship. Maybe I would have never continued working on time travel, and then we'd have never gone back to fix the vaccine. I can't even fathom the repercussions of such an action. I guess I was just really curious about the what if. But I'm so glad you stopped it in time. I know it's a lot to ask for, but is there any chance we can agree that I was a complete moron and you can forgive me one day?
I'm curious about the what ifs too. And I did sounds like I wanted a different life, but I've realized that maybe everything that happened, however it happened, had the best possible outcomes for all of us. I want to believe that. And I guess we were supposed to meet again now after all these years. So why don't we just pick it up from here?
Hi, I'm Milo, a whack job scientist and time traveler. I'm emotionally stunted, but I'm working on it.
Hello, I'm Jen, mom of 3, science teacher and PhD student, also taking therapy for anger management.
Cool. I just really want to know one more thing.
What's that?
What are you doing for the rest of your life?
Do I look good, guys? Anything stuck in my teeth? Just let me know in the comments. I really don't trust my assistant. She hates me. See, I was telling a friend one day that my assistant smells like chicken, and I think she overheard. But seriously, I hear bark bark every time she comes close. Wait, if she sees this, she'll start spitting in my food. Director, please cut this part out, okay? Hi, I'm Cece, and I'm a model and Insta blogger from New York. Now, I know many of you are expecting Ramen to do a part 2. And don't get me wrong, I love her. But let me tell you how I'm better than that noodle-loving rapper. her. She never even told you her real name or where she's from. But I'm an open book. I have no problem disclosing that my full name is Cecilia and... Wait, I'm getting a phone call from the dragon. I mean, my mother. This can't be good. Be right back. Okay, where was I? Yeah, basically, Ramen's busy and her animator got sick and can't do more parts for now. But MSA can't disappoint you, so I stepped up. Now my story will take this lovely animator, and I chose him because he makes his character shake. Like this, see? See, I have a bit of a history with shaking. I love Rihanna and her song Shine Bright Like a Diamond. But when I was little, I used to hear it as shake your body like a demon. And I wondered, why would somebody shake their body like a demon? Who has even seen a demon shaking? But you know, I'm just an easygoing girl. I didn't question anything and just continued with my life. The reason why I was a relaxed, easygoing kid was because my parents were jerks. You know, like jerks to the point where you just give up and live your life because you have no other option. I was born in a family of French aristocrats who had moved to the US a long time ago, but my parents still acted like they had sticks up their butts. I lived in a large, dull mansion where everything was beige, and you guessed it, beige. Any attempts to add color were frowned upon. And then they had all these rules. Keep your voice low, but don't mumble. Sit straight and no elbows on the table. Don't show your teeth when you laugh. You're not a donkey. That's the soup spoon. That's the dessert spoon. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves saying you eat meat with a fish fork. Jeez, weirdos. Don't you have anything better to do than watching me all day? And wait, let me show you what someone looks like when they laugh without their teeth. I look like a psychopath, right? Even Mom's cat Vivian was a judgmental snob and probably a spy. Once I was playing in the garden and I picked a booger from my nose and stuck it to a sunflower. Come on, it's normal. Kids do this stuff. I know you've done it too. Don't act so cool. And I turned around to find Vivian looking at me like this. So, yeah, I've always been a misfit in this sophisticated family. And it's not that I'm not girly. Actually, I adore fashion. And I always had a magazine tucked in the middle of the literary masterpieces I was forced to read, but I just hadn't grown up to be the classy lady my parents had hoped for. Once in 9th grade, I was shopping at the supermarket with a friend because she wanted to cook something for her boyfriend. Ugh, barf. Boys were all the craze with the girls in 9th grade. I was the only one cool enough not to lose my mind over some boy. I got bored, so I jumped into my friend's shopping cart and told her to run down the aisle with me. We were both laughing like crazy when suddenly she tripped and let the cart go, and I went whizzing straight into a pile of watermelons. When I opened my eyes, I was sure I'd gone to heaven because an angel was looking down at me, halo and all. Hey, are you okay? I don't know. Am I dead? I really hope not. You have to pay for all those watermelons. And then he smiled. Okay, so I was about to lose my mind over some boy. So sue me. His name was Danny. He was 2 years older, and he worked there part-time as a sales assistant. Our connection was instant, and he asked me out right away. Also, I did pay for the watermelons, but I learned later that the store policy didn't require people to pay for accidents. I think Danny kept the money for himself. And yeah, I didn't question it, because I'm someone who's been shaking her body like a demon for years and never even questioned that. Anyway, a week later, we were officially together. And you know those first days when you're so in love? Sky is bluer, the grass is greener, the air smells like lavender. My stupid 15-year-old brain was telling me that I'd met my soulmate. We liked the same everything, and I could just be myself around him. My parents didn't approve because he wasn't our class, but I couldn't give a hoot. Danny was perfect. So I really can't pinpoint exactly why or when things began going downhill and the lavender started to rot. Maybe because he started going to university and got too busy, or maybe because someone gave me a modeling offer in the city after seeing my blog. It was a great opportunity for me to enter the fashion world, and I was sure we could make long distance work. Yeah, except that even short distance wasn't working for us now. We were just arguing and getting on each other's nerves all the time. See this picture of Danny? Yeah, that's him as a loser kid. But do you see that annoying half smile? He would smirk just like that when he thought he was right, which was like always. Who wouldn't get annoyed? There were so many little things, like why did he tell so many jokes? Why did he touch his ear so often? Why did he sneeze like a raccoon? Sneeze like a man. But things really escalated when we were out for dinner once and he started eating my fries. Why didn't you just order your own fries? Because I didn't want fries. Then why are you eating my fries? I just took a few. You've eaten half the plate. You can't share fries with your boyfriend? This is not about the fries. This is about you. You lied when you said you didn't want any, then you ate mine, and now I'm the bad guy? Cece, you're acting crazy. Oh, you want fries? Here, have all of them. The next day, we broke up after 3 years together. And you know the worst part about dating your best friend? When it's all over, you lose your best friend too. But don't worry about me, guys. I took the breakup like a champ.
Anyway, I took up the modeling offer and moved to Manhattan right after high school. My parents were very disappointed at my career choices. Surprise, surprise. But I needed to get away from this place, and I just hadn't gone back since. But now, I had just received an invite to a high school reunion. Maybe it was a good excuse to go home. And Danny had moved away, not that it mattered. Yeah, what could go wrong? Oh, Cece, you dumb, silly duck. I didn't realize I'd missed my parents so much till I saw them. Even they seemed kinda happy.
Cecilia, what's the matter? Has the dirty city air destroyed your corneas?
No, Mom, something just went into my eye.
I asked the chef to make your favorite dessert, a strawberry tart.
That's your favorite, Dad. I'm allergic to strawberries, but I appreciate the thought. And man, oh man, did I appreciate my bed. Why had I left this life again? Hard to recall the moment. I was having a great time at the reunion with my old friends when I spotted a stunning brunette in a red dress. You know, the kind of dress that only a very confident girl can pull off and you instantly feel imperfect in every way just by looking at her. Hey, that girl wasn't in our batch, right? Cece, that's Regina. What? No, I remember Regina. Duh. She had braces, thick glasses, and she was cute but kind of fat, you know, like plump. Yep, same Regina. She got a major glow up. Also, there's something you should know. Just then, a tall guy in a suit walked up to Regina and kissed her. Danny? Oh my god, I'm not ready for this. I gotta go before he sees me. But as I turned, I tripped over my own feet and crashed into a photo booth. Caption for next Insta post. How to be a complete moron in front of your ex and his gorgeous girlfriend.
Why do our meetings always start with you on the floor?
Don't stare at my butt, you pervert.
What? I swear I wasn't. Ugh, get up, you weirdo.
Gosh, he was even cuter than I remembered. You didn't even go to our high school, man. Why are you here?
I'm here with, Regina.
Cece, you look gorgeous as ever. Mwah. Always the most popular girl in school? You look great too. Thanks, babe. Listen, I wouldn't have invited Danny if I knew you were coming, given your history. This must be awkward. Oh, please. That was 1,000,000 years ago. I've dated like 400 boys since then. It's all cool. We're cool. Except watching them together was setting my insides on fire. Listen, guys, I'm not unreasonable. Of course, I didn't think Danny would stay single forever, even though it would have been great if he did till I got married and had my first child. Whatever, I can't control that. But why her? She's prettier than me. He wasn't supposed to upgrade. Animator, show me the ugliest shot you got of her. No, not this one. She still looks too pretty. Not this either. Pretty, 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 pretty. Okay, animator, you failed. Can someone else volunteer? Yes, the music guy. Love your music, by the way. Oh yeah, this picture. Look at her face. It's made according to Da Vinci's golden ratio, man. And that dark hair, that swan-like neck, her perfect skin, and those long, long legs. And no, I'm not gay. I mean, I don't think so. But if I was, she'd totally be my type.
Cecilia, who are you talking to? And I heard gay. Are you gay? Not that we're not open-minded people, but, no grandchildren then?
Not right now, guys. I went down a social media rabbit hole stalking Regina and Danny. I wanted to be happy for him, really, but he didn't seem like himself anymore. He was always dressed in fancy suits and hanging out with fake-looking rich people like he was trying too hard to fit in. But it wasn't any of my business. He'd moved on, and so had I. Till I found out my parents were hosting a Christmas party, and Regina's parents were invited, so she and Danny would be coming too. Ugh, I needed a distraction, so I decided to work on a new blog post. How to get a date over the holidays so you're not the only single loser at Christmas. Okay, lovely followers, and of course everyone watching this video. Here are some of Cece's tried and tested tips. Number 1, walk up to a guy in a grocery store and compliment his ugly sweater that his mom obviously knit for him. Guys love it when you compliment their moms. Number 2, stand behind a cute guy at a coffee shop, eavesdrop on his order, and then say, "Oh, you have such good taste. Ha ha ha. I'll have what he's having." Making a guy feel special over nothing is a sure way to win him over. Number 3, when you're walking outside, take one shoe off and start limping. A gentleman is bound to stop and offer you a ride home. Great conversation starter. As I was testing out number 3, a car pulled up next to me. It was freaking Danny.
Hey, Cece, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I just broke my heel.
Hop in, I'll drive you home.
Couldn't tell him what I was actually doing, obvi. We drove away in awkward silence, and then he turned on the radio.
You wanna hear about a girl who makes jealous witches?
I love Ramen Lee Min-ho.
Happy to hear that. Regina hates my songs.
And after that, we just reconnected like old times. Talking to him felt so right and easy and comfortable. I actually felt disappointed when we arrived at my place. And suddenly, it was crystal clear to me. I wanted Danny back. Look, guys, I can feel some of you judging me already, but Regina's known him for what? A few months? She'd get over him. Danny and I were together for 3 years. And yeah, it didn't end well, but we've grown up now. Plus, whose side are you on anyway? This is my story. Root for me. The Christmas dinner was the perfect opportunity for my first move. I switched around the place cards to make sure I sat next to Regina to talk down Danny. So, you must have heard Danny's embarrassing singing by now. Gosh, I've never met someone so off-key, but it's cute. Okay, but have you heard him sneeze? Like a raccoon? Yeah, I tell him he should just let it out. What about the way he snorts like a pig when he laughs? I sometimes do that too. He has terrible taste in music. Oh yeah, I'm trying to change that by introducing him to classical stuff. Also, the worst taste in food. Why eat Mexican when you could have sushi and caviar? Yeah, Mexican? Yuck. Danny and I love Mexican food. Who doesn't? This girl's a psycho. But you know, that's just small stuff. He's pretty great overall. No one's perfect, right? Right. I'm gonna go sit with my date for a while. Yeah, it was just some random dude Ted at the bus stop I'd bribed to act like my date. The second course of action was trying to make Danny jealous. Regina was all over him, touching his hair and laughing, so I ran my fingers through Ted's hair too. Ow, you're hurting me. Ow. I tried feeding him cheesecake next. No way, girl. Get your own slice. You can't have mine. I don't share food. And then he just disappeared after dinner. Luckily, Regina's feet were hurting, so Danny asked me to dance instead. Ugh. Why did he have to be so lovely and charming and a gentleman? Why couldn't he be ugly and gross and a jerk? Ugh. And when the music stopped, several people were pointing to something above us. Mistletoe. Everyone cheered us on to kiss, and Danny gave me a gentle peck on the lips. He walked off while my head was spinning like a ballerina. And as I watched him and Regina leave the party, she waved to me with a warm smile. Wait. What? I just kissed your boyfriend and you're smiling at me? This girl was faker than my nails. And for some reason, she wanted to keep me close. 2 days later, she arranged a big picnic for our whole batch and invited me too. Yeah, check out her fancy handwritten note because she's too fancy to send a text. Dearest Cece, you are cordially invited to Regina's annual charity picnic gala. All we require is your presence and generous donations. The rest has been taken care of by us. Hope you'll join us for a fun-filled day. XOXOXO, Regina. Well, 2 can write a note. Dear Regina, yeah, I'll come. I'm busy, but I'll come. Cece. It was a huge event and there were a bunch of games. And somehow for each of them, she partnered me and Danny. I didn't know what she was up to, but I felt like she was watching me. Well, I didn't mind. I was happy for Regina to see how totally in sync Danny and I were. Man, we could finish each other's sentences. We kept meeting for the next few days for some event or the other, but the problem was I was really falling for Danny all over again. Why did I ever let him go? And how could I know if he felt anything for me now? One evening, I was feeling bummed and sitting at my favorite spot when someone joined me.
Didn't think I'd find anyone here. Want me to leave?
You should have asked that before making yourself comfortable.
I have food.
You can stay. As we sat there eating crisps, Danny suddenly spoke.
Why didn't you come home earlier, Cece?
Maybe because I didn't want to return till I'd proved I could make it on my own. It's nice being back, though. Even my parents are a little chilled out now. I got Dad to do a TikTok with me. Can you imagine?
Hardly. You know, I always felt like your parents didn't think I was good enough for you, but this time they were nice. Maybe because I've made something of myself now.
I'm sorry they made you feel that way, but I never cared about that stuff. You know that, right?
Of course. You were always so different.
He brushed away a strand of hair from my face and moved closer. Suddenly, his phone rang and we jumped apart. He mumbled that he had to go and quickly left. Once I was sure he was gone, I broke out into a happy dance. Now I knew he felt something for me. I just had to make him feel enough to break up with stupid Regina. The next day, I was at the mall when I went to a changing room, and I heard 2 girls talking in the next stall. No, not this dress. We're announcing my engagement at the New Year's party tomorrow. I need something special. What the what? Is Danny excited? Of course he is. Daddy just offered him a position in his firm, and I'm out of his league in every way. He's very lucky. Are you gonna invite Cece too? I don't know why you've been inviting her everywhere. To show her what she's lost. Have you forgotten what Cece was like in high school? She never even noticed me, like I was invisible. Well, she's looking at me now, and no, she's not invited. I'll just let Danny tell her. I'd never ignored Regina on purpose. She just seemed like one of those shy kids who wanted to be left alone. I had no idea she felt so bitter, and it didn't sound like she loved Danny. Just saw him as someone she could control because she thought she was better than him. I had to tell him, right? But he was getting engaged. He must have thought it through. What was I gonna do anyway? Crash Regina's New Year's party and object to the engagement? That sounds stupid. Okay, now let's just fast forward to the part where I burst into Regina's New Year's party and yelled, I object to this engagement. Regina doesn't really love you, Danny. Danny grabbed my arm and led me out angrily.
Cece, what the heck?
Danny, don't get engaged to Regina. She's all wrong for you.
Who are you to decide that?
I just know that. She thinks she's out of your league and she's doing you some favor by being your girlfriend.
Regina loves me.
Not as you really are. Look in the mirror, man. I've seen you wear nothing but suits these past 10 days. She's changing you so you fit into her pretentious world.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Then don't get engaged to her because I love you.
What?
Yeah, there. I said it. I love you. Like I'd give up the last slice of cheesecake for you or whatever. So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Did you just steal Meredith's speech from Grey's Anatomy?
Oh, shoot. I'd forgotten we'd seen that show together. Trust him to remember something like that. For those who don't know about it, here's the speech.
Choose me. Love me.
Okay, so I'm using her words, but I feel the same way.
You're just playing games, Cece. You didn't look back once after leaving, and now you suddenly want me? No, you just hate the thought of me with someone else. We didn't work out before, and we wouldn't now.
This felt worse than our breakup. And for those of you who are on Team Regina, you must be enjoying this. And you suck. I couldn't stay any longer. So I packed my bags the next day and hugged my parents goodbye.
I'll send you TikToks every day.
I'll be looking forward to that, Dad.
Don't take so long to visit again, Cece.
I won't, Mom. Wait, you didn't call me Cecilia.
Oh, must have slipped my tongue. Is there something in your eye again?
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I'll come visit soon. Bye! Next day, as my self-pity continued, the doorbell rang, and I was shocked to find Danny outside. What are you doing here?
I couldn't get engaged to Regina. You were right about everything, and she's not the one for me. I'm choosing you.
Look, man, that speech was just embarrassing. I take it back.
I choose you anyway.
You said we won't work.
We have to at least try and find out, because I love you too, Cece.
And we argued happily ever after. If you like my story and want to hear more of this style, comment Cece, our shaking MCC.
I stomped my feet on the floor, pounded the walls with my fists, and let out my most glass-shattering scream.
There she goes again, throwing another temper tantrum.
That was my dad, and that's me rolling around like a pig in mud. My dad was about to leave for another business trip, and I didn't want him to go. He was a wealthy, highly successful businessman and was constantly traveling the world to meet with new clients. But Dad, do you have to go?
Yes, someone has to pay for this mansion and all of your expensive things. Now get up off the floor. You don't see your sister throwing a tantrum, do you?
Yeah, Jenny. You look like one of those filthy goats we saw at the petting zoo.
Aw, those goats were so cute. My big sister Clara gave me a disgusted look. She was a year older and always trying to make me look bad. And okay, maybe being on the floor wasn't helping my case. Hi everyone, I'm Jenny, aka the Jockey Barbie. But before I tell you how I got that nickname, please like and subscribe. Growing up, my sister had always overshadowed me. When I was 6 and learned how to play the ukulele, Clara taught herself to play the violin. When I put on a puppet show for my parents with stuffed animals, Clara directed a whole play with actors and fancy sets and everything. One time when I was 12, the president and the first lady came to visit our house for dinner. It was a big deal. There were a bunch of reporters, and the staff prepared the house for weeks. My dad was so nervous that he started yelling at a servant.
This is gold cutlery. I told you to use silver. The first lady hates gold. Fix it now.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Are you stupid?
When they walked away, I sneaked over to the servant, who was in tears. "You're doing a great job." And then I slipped her a huge tip. I put on my best dress for dinner. I thought I looked cute, at least until I saw Clara. She looked like an absolute princess. At first, it made me feel invisible, but then I decided to be brave. When it came time to serve the soup, I jumped up. "I got this." I was thrilled. Finally, a chance to make Mom and Dad proud. I walked gingerly to the First Lady, being extra careful, when suddenly a foot stuck out and tripped me. The soup went flying all over the First Lady and the President. Then a bunch of Secret Service guys tackled me like I was an assassin or something. That's when I noticed Clara pull her foot back under the table. She'd done it on purpose.
Go to your room.
It wasn't my fault. It was Clara. You're such an embarrassment.
The news was on TV by midnight, and the next day my parents sent me off to a boarding school on the other side of the country. It was lonely at first. My family was treating me like a black sheep, even though I'd done nothing wrong. My dad made sure my bank account was full, but he never had time to visit or even talk. I decided I couldn't spend all my time being homesick. I was going to make something of myself here. I signed up for all the top activities, like horseback riding, water polo, and ballet. By the time I was 16, I was number 1 in all of them. I even ran for school president and won. Even though I was thriving, I didn't want to leave anything to chance. So I was always complimenting people and buying them gifts, even the teachers. I wanted people to like me, and it seemed to be working, with one exception, this boy, Josh. Josh worked in the stables taking care of the horses and seemed immune to my compliments. Hey, Josh, is that a new shirt? Looks nice.
It's old and covered in dirt. You don't have to try so hard to be liked, you know.
It was just a compliment, geez.
It was a fake compliment. You might have everyone else here fooled, but not me.
What was his problem? He did have gorgeous eyes, though. As he handed me the horse's reins, our hands touched. It was electric, an instant spark. But then he pulled away. How about I take you out for lunch at La Rosa? It's the fancy place by...
No, I don't need your bribes. Happy riding.
It wasn't a bribe, it was an invitation. But Josh had already walked away. With race day only a week away, I needed to focus on training. But as hard as I tried, my mind kept wandering back to Josh. Maybe the right gift would win him over. Hey, Josh, I saw these boots and thought of you.
Told you I don't want your bribes.
Do you even know what a bribe is? I'm not asking for anything in return.
Yeah, you are. You're asking me to like you.
So you admit you don't like me. What did I do to you?
I didn't say I didn't like you. I just don't know the real you.
At that moment, he leaned in close to me. Oh, my heart fluttered. Was he about to kiss me? But then he stretched past me to adjust the saddle. I totally knew that's what he was doing. Why would I even want Josh to like me? He was always dirty, smelled like a farm, and he was the least friendly person I knew besides my sister Clara. Maybe that's why. For all the success I'd had at this school, Josh was a reminder that back home I was no one special. On the day of the race, I was feeling nervous, but I stayed focused and came in first place. My parents hadn't visited me since I'd arrived, but part of me was still hoping to see them in the stands cheering me on. Of course, they weren't there, but to my surprise, Josh was.
Congrats!
I can't believe you came to support me. You do like me.
I was already here. It had nothing to do with you.
Liar. Josh smiled at me and butterflies danced in my stomach. As he walked away, I patted my horse Nessa on the neck. You hear that, girl? I think he likes us. The next day, me and Nessa were on the front page of a national newspaper. Not long after that, I got a FaceTime call from my dad. I was shocked. He normally just sent me emails.
Hey, honey, I wanted to let you know we're very proud of you. Feel free to mention my business the next time you talk to reporters.
Thanks, Dad. I will. Do you think you'll be able to come visit soon?
I'm afraid not. We're in Japan with your sister right now.
Japan?
Sorry, honey, but we'll definitely come when you try out for the Olympics team. That's the big one.
Just then, Clara's face appeared. Yeah, anyone can win a national race. An international race is the real challenge. That's not fair. I worked really hard. You've never won a national race.
We have to go, honey. We just got to the Hello Kitty store.
Then he hung up without even saying goodbye. I couldn't help it. I started to cry. And that's when Josh found me. Go ahead, make fun of me. You know you want to.
I never wanted to put you down. I just wanted you to be real. And it looks like you finally are.
Yep, real tears and snot here. As real as it gets.
Come on. I want to show you something.
Josh held out his hand. I felt a rush of warmth as I took it. Josh took me to the fields behind the school and showed me the foals running around. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. I approached the mom slowly so I wouldn't spook her.
Whoa. She doesn't like most people. Be careful.
Just then, the mom nuzzled her nose against my hand. Aw, you're just a big sweetie, aren't you, girl? I noticed Josh looking at me funny. What?
I just never realized how gentle you are.
After that day, Josh and I started hanging out more. He was strange and funny, and I loved how kind he was to animals. I was surprised to learn that he didn't actually go to our school.
No way my parents could ever afford that. They've been struggling with money, so I took this job to help out.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
Why? We're happy. I love working with horses. Sure, times are tough, but money isn't everything. They're amazing parents.
You're lucky. I mean, don't get me wrong, my parents are great. They're just not around much. But as the months went by, I started hearing from my parents more and more often. They even came to visit. I was winning races left and right, and the media nicknamed me the Jockey Barbie. I was on TV, magazine covers. My life was a whirlwind.
Honey, I thought you were going to mention my business during your interview today.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, but only once. We agreed on 4 times. Repetition sells.
Okay, I'll try harder next time. My favorite moments were the quiet ones, just me and Nessa, going for rides before sunsets, and my long talks with Josh in the stables. One day our hands touched, and I felt that same charge I did before, but this time Josh didn't pull away. He took my hand in his and leaned in, our lips nearly touching. Ew! Are you seriously about to kiss the stable boy? Ugh! Clara's timing was the worst!
I have a name. It's Josh.
Oh, whatever you say, Josh. What are you doing here, Clara? Just wanted to remind you that you may think you're hot stuff now, but you're still the same old loser you've always been.
Sounds like you're jealous that Jenny is finally getting the spotlight instead of you.
Josh, that's not nice.
Are you seriously taking her side?
I just want everyone to get along. Is that so wrong? Clara rolled her eyes in disgust and left. I was hoping Josh might try to kiss me again, but he left too. At least Nessa was still on my side. You still like me, don't you, girl? Don't give me that look. Thankfully, Josh didn't stay mad at me for long. He even invited me over for dinner to meet his parents. Their house was tiny and chilly from a broken heater, but his parents were the sweetest. His mom made the best dumplings for dinner. Later that night, Josh showed me the hill where he loved to lay out and look at the stars.
One day, I'm going to have enough money to open stables of my own. I'll buy my parents a ranch, and it will be filled with horses and happy animals roaming free. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Not at all. I think it's a beautiful dream. Josh gazed into my eyes, and in that moment, we had our first kiss. I wish I could have stayed with him on that hill forever, but I had a race to win. Unfortunately, Nessa wasn't feeling well, and we only came in third.
Third place? You won't get into the Olympics with a record like that.
Winning isn't everything, Dad. I'll have to take a break for a little while so Nessa can recover.
A break? Nonsense. She's just a dumb horse. You can replace her. This one looks healthy.
My dad patted another horse on the rump, and the horse neighed angrily and kicked her stall. My dad was so startled that he fell back into a pile of poop. I couldn't stop laughing.
Stupid animals. I'm leaving. Honey, we just want what's best for you, and the Olympics are a golden opportunity. I hope you do what's right.
I didn't like the idea of riding another horse, but I didn't want to let my parents down either, so I started training again with a new horse named Clyde. Clyde wasn't the friendliest, but boy was he fast. There was no way I'd lose now. One day after training, my parents took me to a fancy restaurant for dinner. I insisted on bringing Josh with me, even though my parents looked down on him for not being rich. They were polite enough not to say that out loud, but Clara was another story. Pass me the salt, stable boy.
Get it yourself, rich girl.
I'll grab it. Here you go, Clara. All evening went like that, with Clara and Josh arguing, my parents looking awkward, and me trying to keep the peace. At one point, Clara accidentally spilled her drink all over Josh. Honestly, you might actually be cleaner now.
I don't have to take this. I'm leaving. Jenny, are you coming with me or staying?
My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. If I left, my family might stop talking to me again. But if I stayed, I could lose Josh.
I'll make the decision easier for you. I'm done. Have a nice life, Jenny. Hope someday you learn to stick up for yourself.
And then he left. Geez, what was his problem? Shut up, Clara. You got what you want. The next day, I went to the stables to apologize to Josh. I'm sorry my family were all such jerks to you.
Don't you think it's a little weird they only started showing up now that you're famous and successful?
It's not like that. You don't know them. It's complicated.
They're using you, Jenny. At least Clara is honest enough to be a jerk to your face.
She's not a jerk. She's my sister.
You deserve better than them. I wish you could see that.
Well, maybe you should stick to horses because you obviously don't have a clue about people.
Like you're some expert? You're so afraid of people disliking you that you buy them off with gifts. It's sad.
And with that, Josh walked away. Ugh, he was so judgmental. For a moment, I almost threw a temper tantrum like I used to when I was 5. But then Nessa nuzzled her nose against my shoulder, calming me down. I was frustrated with Josh, but maybe he had a point. I decided it was time to make some changes. I stopped mentioning my dad's business in interviews. I still complimented people, but I made sure the compliments were sincere, not empty words to make them like me. I stopped buying everyone expensive gifts, too. Well, almost. There was still one gift left to give. It's true I lost some friends when I stopped being so generous, but the ones who stayed were amazing. And the best part was I knew they liked me for me. On the morning of the race, I knew what I had to do. I was at the starting line with the other racers, waiting for the starter pistol to go off. My parents and Clara were in the stands. The shot went off, and I turned around and raced in the other direction.
Jenny, where are you going? You're going to lose. All your hard work will be for nothing.
Sorry, Dad. Guess I just don't care about winning as much as you do.
You're embarrassing this family.
You do that just fine on your own. My dad turned beet red. Clara started laughing. Oh, look who grew a backbone. Go get him, sis. And with that, I spurred Nessa forward and we raced for the stables. I just hoped Josh would be there. I looked around everywhere and couldn't find him. Then I heard a voice.
Did you pay to fix the heater at my family's house?
Look, I wanted to ask permission first, but I knew you'd just say no. It's not a bribe. You don't have to talk to me or even like me. Your parents were kind to me, and I wanted to return the favor, that's all. And I finally stood up to my parents. I'm done being a people pleaser.
Good for you. So tell me, what does Jenny the jockey Barbie want to do first?
This. I kissed Josh, and he held me in his arms. Nessa whinnied behind us. I think she approves.
Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him.
I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited. I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot. So I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. 'Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me. And before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row. The influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Sky's massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now.
And this is what we'll be paying you.
When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day,
They agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood. Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Start it again. Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes. Fine. Everyone take 5. I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out. Hey, who did this? Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in a suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What? You thought I wouldn't get back at you? I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice. I didn't know you played so well. It was nothing. I'll just go. No, please, play a little more. As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live. It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face. I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun. I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom pushes you really hard. Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe. Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them. Tell me what, Madison? Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all. Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band. Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea. Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison. This wasn't going to end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos. Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot. But we remembered, come on, blow out the candles and make a wish. I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV. Barry, you deserve to have some fun. Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3. We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. Before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up. Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot. Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom. Wow. Chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction. I never meant to get in the way. You're fired. Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry. I've never had anybody stand up for me like that. Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you. Don't go. I just got fired, Barry. It's my tour, and I want you on it. I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you. The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you. Well, you're a great person. So are you. Shall we? Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us and her face was full of rage. What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that. Excuse me? Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go. How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry? I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough? Wow. Fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences. Remember, I love you, son. I love you too, Mom. Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no. Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything. I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that, was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So, Barry, would you ever consider going out with you? I thought you'd never ask. Later when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello? Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us? I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV, and I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too.